everybody doing today? You all good? There we go. Press the right button finally. I was pressing all of the buttons to get it to work, and we are all good. These are the 10 cards we have this week. There was 11 cards submitted, and one of them was broken, but I fixed it. And it was the Hennessy mod that somebody sent me. For some reason, they had the folder, and then there was the folder inside of the zip. I don't know what they did wrong, but they did it wrong. If you're going to pack a mod, always pack it from beamng. Don't zip it yourself. I think that's what they did wrong. Let's start by saying hello to people. Bugs, welcome to the stream. Brandon, Teflon, welcome to the stream. Skibadoo, welcome back. Termix260, welcome to the stream. I don't believe I've seen you around here before. Christian Lee Shatter, same goes to you, bro. Welcome. Sneaky Mr. Wiggles, welcome back. DeHellerman, thanks, bro, for being here again. Revhang, thank you for being here. Citron thingy looks cool. It does. It's not named a Citron, so I think they're trying to get away with like it not being 100% accurate, which is unfortunate because I would love to drive like a completely accurate 2CV, but you would have to like do some weird geometry change to the suspension, and it would be really cool too. A good selection today, I see. Rat Rod, I think. Yes, there is a Rat Rod, though I think it's a little too shiny. Give me a second. Sorry, a little bit of a sneeze. Turn the music up a smidge. Okay, that music seems fine now. I'm glad to have caught the start of a stream. Congratulations! It would be really hard to recreate the funky suspension into... I don't know if it'd be really hard, but it would be certainly time-consuming. Very time-consuming. We have a drag muscle car as well? Yes! It's got the full drag bar and everything. And it really does look a lot like just a open body on a like hollow chassis sort of design. But yeah, really interesting cars. We even have an electric car over here. I don't know how it works because for some reason some things are acting weird on it. I couldn't turn it off and put it in a mode where the brake light didn't come on, but okay, sure. Well, I think we may as well get started. And we will start off with this little Titron 2VV. No, the Citron 2CV looking thing. I feel as if this is based upon a more later version of the 2CV, not the earliest one. It does look more modern than the first one. I just realized my stream is running in the background. It's probably hurting my performance just a little bit. Welcome, Not Santos, to the stream. How's it going? I believe I've seen you around in these parts before. Thank you for being here. Oh, there's even a little thing in here. What exactly is happening here? Is this a part of the body? I don't actually know what's happening there. Some weird stuff. The material on the rat rod, it did not come out right. Okay, so what you do is go into materials, and if it's the main body material, it'll be the first material area. You've got a roughness factor. You can change that roughness factor. That's generally for the main body color to do that. Then we've got, straight up steel wheels. Nice. Are these their own fenders? Because it's got like its own fender liner here. That's weird. Looks like a cross between a Renault 4-liter and a 2CV. 4L? I don't know what a 4L is. I don't know what they've tried to do here, but it looks interesting. It hasn't quite come out the way they wanted it to. So, if you want like a very small cutout and it's got the jaggedy edges there, use patchwork to cut away more than what you need, and then use other patchwork. There's ones with like semicircle cutout sort of things, and you can fill it back in. It'll look a little bit jank, but a lot better than what has happened here, unfortunately. The same on the drag card, my paint color and two-tone stripes did not apply. Oh. Well, that's a different one. Did I accidentally... Yeah, I brought out a snowman. Weird about the paint stripes. Okay. Citron Diane? I don't know what that is. Welcome, Rodney Hayes. Wait, did I say that already? I don't know. So many people are here today. How's it all going for everybody? Anyway, going in on steel wheels, then we have... Is that meant to be a drum brake? If so, cool work. We have front drive on a longitudinal 3-cylinder engine, carbureted pushrod, car slog. Really cool looking stuff here. And then they've got like some sort of tube? Not entirely sure I know what that is for. Hello, it's Robin? Don't know what that means. I'm glad I made it for the start, but I have to go already. Alright, Teflon. Catch you later, bro. I think that's what the car's based on, not a 2CV. Alright, let's have a look at the Citron Diane. It looks like a 2CV. It's probably not exactly. The back end is different and the front end is different. But you're probably on the right track, sort of thing, like being one of those ones. It might be a two-stroke? I mean, it might be. What is this meant to be? Is that meant to be some sort of... Oh, it then goes to the fan. Interesting. I don't get why the radiator is behind. That seems like a problem. And is that meant to be the fuel tank there? Yep. There's the fuel filler cap. Great. So then when you get into an accident and the fuel tank ruptures, it can splash all over the nice hot engine and then burst into flames. Perfect. Generally, the only time you want to have a fuel tank next to a engine is in a mid-engine car, but the engine is behind you. So if you're going forwards, the flames will stay behind you and you still have a chance to get out. If you're going forwards and this sort of crash happens, it'll go a little bit towards the cabin sort of area. The mid-engine fuel tank problem is a big problem. Like like figuring out where the safest place to put it is not the easiest thing to do, but in the middle seems to be the safest. See, if you put it in the rear behind the engine, you're susceptible to impacts, and if you put it in front of the vehicle, susceptible to impacts, and also the flames bursting over the car sort of thing. And putting it in like the middle tunnel area presents its own issues, but it has been done a few times, like in the Fiero by Pontiac, I believe it is. Hey, Bedini, how's it going? Just going to have these kind of valve subs? What? Welcome, the ultimate back again. Tribute style? Trabant style? I don't know what that is. Welcome, Metbun Play. How's it going? I believe I've seen you around here before. Welcome to the streams. I did let myself some toasty metal in a crash. It'd be toasty flesh as well, probably. Considering that is like right on the firewall sort of area. Before firewalls were probably like standardized as to what they needed to be. Which is to like actually prevent fire from going in. I think the engine might just splash onto the fuel tank. It is a bit of an odd one, yeah. Then we've got... Is that meant to be double wishbone? But they've created their own custom suspension. I wonder, is this suspension animated? It is not. Okay. I really do have to do a video on how to do animated suspension. It's not actually that hard. It's actually rather simple. Do we have drive going out to the rear? No, we just have an exhaust and torsion beam. Ah, okay. Yeah, my parents' Isuzu Ute have torsion beam. I like that they put that on there just so then I would see it so then I know what I'm looking at. Alright, fair enough. Coming back to the rear, is that meant to be some sort of... Yep, that is just a big Chungus custom-made, what do you call it? My brain isn't working. Lattice chassis. How am I failing already? What I mean is 2-stroke subs, like those valves going onto the radiator, that is the rear of the engine. I think what this is meant to be is just like some sort of a bearing tube to go out to spin the radiator fan. Anyway, at the back here we have... Is that meant to be some sort of torsion semi-trailing arm? I think it is. Because that's what it looks like. Very unusual sort of suspension. Once again, drum brakes on steel wheels. Alright. The petite 25th anniversary, or 25th anniversary actually. Funky car. We will be checking to see whether it actually has the proper geometry though. Welcome Max Buzz to the streams. How's it going? Well, rear engines are having radiator behind the engine somewhat makes sense. I mean, it's at the front of the car, so... Welcome not a thing to the stream. There has been many peculiar engines over the years, so I do like the fact that they've tried to replicate something a little less normal automation, is probably the way I'll put it. And they were a front engine sub. Hello, how are things? Welcome Nat64. I'm doing okay. It looks like they've got everything that they need outside. They've got lovely little windshield wipers up there, extra little vents there. Hood hinges externally there. On the they've also got the slide open window sort of divider. Love that. Interior. Is that... Steering wheel might want to be pointed up a little bit more? Yeah, I feel that's maybe not the right place for or the right angle for the steering wheel. I'm not sure. Let's have a look at interior. So this one does point down quite a bit. Comes up the windshield and leaves very little room for legs. Oh, this one... there is a little bit of overlap into the doors, like this one. Close. How far out does it come? Yeah, I feel as if there's meant to be more of a gap. But I also like that they went with a one-spoke wheel. Would you rather have a Volkswagen Golf R or a GTI? I'd rather have a Volvo C30 manual. That's what I'd rather. Really cool sort of looking interior. They got the painted metal. They haven't covered all of this up, but that's fine. I don't know what this is meant to be. Is that meant to be to like... Looks... Oh, no. I'm guessing that's meant to be the power for the windshield wipers? It is. Okay. They've just got like a straight toggle switch there for the windshield wipers, which you have to reach across the car to get to. Great. I mean, this is the side that the French drove on, so wouldn't they... Or maybe they didn't have room for the sun visor then, who knows? Fairly decent interior. I don't like the Z fighting, but that's just a problem with automation sometimes. Window winders, all that sort of... Wait, hold on. If it's got sliding back windows, why does it have window winders? That's weird. What is this meant to be? Oh, is that meant to be for, like, the hinge to open this up? Why is there window winders if it's got split windows? So we've got split windows here, and no window winders. I don't think that's a window winder. Yeah, these don't have window winders. I think if we are right on the car which they are based upon, that this is a fail. I mean, there's not even, like, door handles by the looks of it. It's got, like, a little... That's like a latch that you would find on a house. Like, it's a little bit weird, but yeah. I don't know what this is meant to be. Maybe that's for, like, minor adjustments on this sort of bigger window? I don't know. You can see the hinge from the inside as well. Is that... That is a window winder, but this is not the same sort of window. This got a quarter window and an actual full window area. This one is a split window, and it doesn't have it. So I suppose it comes down to whether this is... I mean, it's got a hinge here. So yeah, I just feel that they were looking at reference images and didn't quite understand what they were looking at. Don't complain about the switch on the TCV had crank wipers. Oh dear, that seems like a major issue. French engineer be like, welcome Thomas back to the streams, right? Crispy Shaman. It's a door handle, I think. It must represent a door handle then. No, door handles are like integrated into the door panel. Oh, can we get a good picture here? Yeah, see, there's no door handle. I think what they did is they saw two different images. One with a split window. And one with window winders for a quarter window and window. And they didn't understand that what they were seeing was two different cars. See, this one isn't a split window. This one's a quarter window. And then they do actually have a window winder there. Anyway. Close. Very close. And then the roof is material. Not bad. Anything in the boot for us? No, just lots of Z fighting and lots of geometry for some weird reason. But okay. Hey, look, they've got the spare wheel here. Wait, no, is that actually just the wheel? Oh, that's the wheel. Okay. So they tried to do a boat liner, but didn't actually cover up the wheel area from the inside. Okay, fun. Interesting. I like that this is, I think, probably the first time I've ever seen a standoff number plate before. I don't think anybody's ever done that before. That's pretty cool. I mean, at least for submission cars for me. Intentionally, that is. Some people just don't know how to make cars. Anyway, now moving on to the big drag car. Absolutely beastly looking thing. Very muscular. I'm guessing that this was meant to be for, what's his name? I'm drawing a blank. Flux. Automotive Flux. That's the one. Yeah, for his drag thing. I was gonna do a front-wheel drive drag car, but I wanted to make a realistic front-wheel drive drag car with, like, really skinny rear tires. I just can't figure out how to do it, so I've scrapped it. Which is disappointing. I would have liked to have done it, but I just didn't know how. 69. Love it. So this would have been just before the fuel crisis as well. Is that meant to be a carbon fiber lip? This must be a modern car then, because carbon fiber didn't really exist for quite a while. Is that 6-piston brakes on the front of this thing? No. For many different reasons, no. The one initial reason being, you want it to be as light as possible. Drag cars don't have good brakes. There's a reason why they use parachutes, and not just to slow them down from incredibly fast speeds, and they don't have to have a very long racetrack afterwards. It's because their braking potential sucks. Also, 6 pistons with really narrow front tires, you are not going to be applying basically any pressure with these brakes. Completely the wrong sort of brake on the front here. It's actually just for this submission. What? Oh, is this your car? Okay then. You'll actually find a lot of drag cars don't even have front brakes. They'll just have the rear brakes because the front tires are merely there to stop the front from scraping on the ground, basically, is what the wheels are for on the front. Yo, those also fade. Didn't do my research, I guess. Fair enough. but like, yeah, those are the wrong sort of brakes. We do have double wishbone. I do like the material on here. That is actually a cool material. That looks nice. I hate the Z fighting. I'm trying to like keep it out of frame. We have double wishbone. Then, oh, look at this. They've done some fang dangle stuff. How did you get the turbos to be at the front there? Did you do some blender work? Interesting. And then you've got it coming into a intercooler here. If this was to be the sort of intercooler I think you're trying to go for here, excuse me, what you would have actually done is actually had a pinch here. And what that would do is keep turbo pressures on divided on the sides. They don't always do that, but what this does is stops feedback and chatter on turbos. Sometimes when you get to really high-end sort of stuff, you do really want to separate your turbo's pressures. Because sometimes, say there's a misfire or something, you can then accidentally get air pushing back into the other turbo just a little bit. It can build up and become an issue. Something you want to avoid. 6-piston brakes only make sense on very heavy cars, like cars that weigh more than... I mean, you can have them on like 1,600 kilo cars, just depending on what your application is. And how cool you want to look, I don't know. Do you know that Phil is from Germany? Who? Me? I'm not from Germany. Some of my ancestors are. I don't know that, just looked at twin turbo pictures. Okay, what I was getting at is because you did blender work. If you had done the pinch there, I would have given you an extra point. Like, that would have been like, oh wow, this person knows what they're doing. So far, I'm just looking at it going, wow, this person's made a cool car. It would have been cooler, is what I'm saying, is if you had got cool little details. But yeah, turbo chatter is a real issue sometimes. Then we have, a cool looking pushrod engine, V8, tubular exhaust really stretched down. That's, these exhaust headers are not going to last very long. I'm wondering, would they have been served better to have the turbo transversely mounted? So then the exhaust could get into the turbines more smoothly? I didn't know that, just looked at twin turbo pictures and just made... Fair enough. No, I think you did a really cool job. You got twin plenum. Interesting. Multi-point injection. Good you didn't go direct injection. Love it. No front drive, right? Good, no front drive. Then I think you've got some sort of issue here. Yeah. That's the wrong thing. Hold on. That's also the wrong thing. Hold on. Okay. So, it looks like you've tried to animate these things. The unfortunate thing is you haven't got the beams done right. And somebody actually approached me with this the other day. And you could just put it in the beamng section or cars you need fixed part of my Discord. You don't need to ping me directly. I'll often see it, or other people can help you out. Either you've got your beams not set up in exactly the right place, or you just didn't put beams in altogether. So, yeah, unfortunately, because they're not attached properly, they just flop to the ground. Generally, what I'll do is I'll find a section in the beam area, and then go to the bottom of the list, and I'll add it on just to, like, the last bottom area, so then I know that, like, everything's kind of in there and working. Yeah, you gotta change the shifter to sequential. Oh, okay then. Anyone didn't do beams for? Okay, fair enough. You can change your default things. Let me just quickly show you how you would do this. What is the name of this car? Let's you Control E. Drag car is what it's called. Great, how creative a name. Do we have that here? Oh, yep, there it is, drag car. Vehicle. Let's go in and have a quick look at engine J-beam ever so quickly. I don't know if it's in here, but slots, engine management, transmission. So the middle one is the one you'll change. So the type, this is the type of slot that we're going for, and the type of slot is called Canso transmission. Then we got default, it's going to select Canso transmission, which is not the slot type, but the name of the transmission, and then it's got a description of what it is. So let's go Control-C, Control-F. Alright, so here is the name of the thing. This is what you would take, and this is the slot type. I hate that automation makes these two names the same. They don't need to be the same, and they probably shouldn't be the same. So let's now skip to the next one. So now we've got Canso transmission sequential, which is the slot type Canso transmission. So what you would do is you would copy this, and then in the slots up here, put that in the default selection area. Then whenever the car spawns, the default, it'll go, okay, so we want to now fill the slot type Canso transmission. And then it looks here, and the default transmission type is Canso transmission sequential. That's how you do that. Hopefully that has helped a lot of people out. A little bit of a tutorial there in the middle of the stream. Hopefully that has been helpful. The config didn't save at all. Yeah, configurations don't transfer. Imagine you're driving along and your shifter falls out. Would be really dangerous. It'd be problematic, yeah. I suppose if you're driving an Italian car, the rust would happen eventually. Well, soon, Mayhem Entertainment, welcome back. Hey Phil, would you mind replacing the car with a config from the menu? Because I think it spawns with the basic config. I don't know if configs work like that. Vehicle config. Save and load? Yeah, no, there's only the default one. Configs, I found out after the chunky off-road tires video that I did, the tutorial on that, that configs don't transfer between, if you give the mod to somebody else. I suppose there's also, do you mean if I click on it? Yeah, no, there's only the one. But yeah, we're at the transmission section. I'll switch over the transmissions later. Coming down to the rear, we have a solid rear axle. Love it, great. And then semi-trailing arm, coil spring, 2-piston, 4-piston, vented disc brakes. Not bad choice of suspension, nice. And really chunky looking slicks. Do we have... Hey! They put in nodes here. Now, did you also change the material type of this? I reckon if you just change the material type of this to, I believe it would probably be like NM metal or something like that. You could just easily change that to like nothing there, or to plastic or something, and then that would have like either the plastic physics or no physics whatsoever, which would remove all scraping, sparks and sounds, all that sort of stuff. So yeah, it would just have the collisions, but that would be it. You just spawn the default one, it's the one. Okay. Ooh, an F1 car, me likey? Yes. Hey Phil, do you like Greek food? I don't know if I've ever particularly had Greek food. I know I've had a lot of Italian food. That was also a lot of influence there over the years. So there's a lot of crossover. When we have a look at it from like a broader sense, here in Australia, Italian and Greek food have a lot in common. I know that there's a lot more nuance, and if you go to Greece or Italy and say your food is like the other one, it's probably going to start a fight, but it's kind of that sort of feeling from here. There's not much Greek influence here in South Australia. Lots of German, mild Italian, and a lot of English. This plastic material with reduced friction? Good work! Getting real funky there with the modding. A nice stun here with the bumper. I see that you got a lot of geometry hidden in amongst there. Got the air splitter on the rear. And on the inside... Oh, you actually have door panels. This one I would have been actually fine if you hadn't have done like door panels and kind of gave it a empty sort of frame, sort of cut out bodywork sort of look. Would have been cool. 2 seats in a drag car? Okay, I suppose. I see you've gone for my mod here. Nice simple little thing. I say my mod. It's really beamng stuff. I just showed a way of putting it in. I wouldn't entirely agree with your placement though, but I suppose that's your choice. Either I just spawn cars differently, but I don't know why it didn't load the default config. Look up Greek? That's way too incredibly vague. Anyway, door pulls instead of door handles to keep that weight nice and low. Perfect. Nice metal looking back end here. Usually this would just be straight up metal, and it would have to be metal as well, specifically like you've done here, to work as a firewall from where the fuel tank would be. And if I'm not mistaken, usually the fuel tank for these sorts of cars is way in the back here to get the weight over the rear wheels. Oh, that's the tire poking through. I was wondering what that was. Anyway, cool car. Lots of cool concepts, lots of cool things. Very happy. The interiors from the beamng race interior, the shifter, pedals, and dash. They are just in config. Those are wrong ones. Only the one choice there. Transmission. Wait, is it race? Sequential transmission? Is that the one you wanted? Things are still falling out, so it is probably 6-speed. Nope, that doesn't stick either. See, the problem is you've probably set yourself a config. So like a save load config, and then you've got it set to the option to have like the save load config. If you quickly go into your Reddit post now and just tell me the things to change when it comes to, like, just put a post in here and I'll have a look at it later. I will have a look and I will do a bunch of tweaks for you. Not all of the tweaks, just like at least the parts that need to be done. I'm an ICE team from Yugoslavia. You are an ICE team? Okay, interesting. Anyway, that is that car. We will be trying that one out later. Looks rather cool. I am very excited by it. Then we have an F1 car. And it looks like this one has... Oh, it's gone to the wrong car. What the hell? There we go. There we go. Hey, it's got a decent enough collision mesh. Not perfect. It is very, very weird. It almost looks like this is meant to be some sort of sports car collision mesh and not an F1 collision mesh. So you could have tightened this up here. You could have had this include your front bumper. Now if you get collisions here, it's gonna do really weird things to your front bumper. Yeah, that is very strange. I don't know why you've done that. But, still, lots of cool work done here. That dude Darren, hello Phil, how much fun did I miss? You missed a really cool looking vehicle. We'll be trying that one out later though. We have turbo fan wheels, which are against the rules, but this is probably not a real vehicle. I see you've got a no material glitch, which is probably some sort of normal map that you're missing. Going to the inside, we have 6-piston carbon ceramic brakes, some cool looking suspension, but no front drive, at least by the looks of it. Oops, sorry, hiccup burp. Then the engine is non-existent. So that's unfortunate. I don't know if this is meant to look like any specific sort of thing. I also like your tire material. That's pretty good. Gripple. Wait, is this a beamng tire? Have you made a default of beamng tire? Nice. Shivi, welcome. Do I have project cars? No? Oh, wait, yes, no, sorry, I do. My brain went the wrong way around there. I do, I have IRL project cars and project cars that I work on in automation that I still am working on currently, and I have Project Cars, the game. Or at least Project Cars 2. Anyway, rather looking sedate sort of car. This looks very R33 here. And then the rest of it looks very 3000 GT crossed with something else. I can't really actually think of exactly what it is. As far as the front isn't warping from that far from... Yeah, that is actually a surprise that that's not happening. But having a clean collision mesh is probably enough to make it not, like, move weirdly. Any sort of collision, though, and it'll probably become super jacked up super quickly. I believe those are full slicks he put on post he edited the tire profile. Fair enough. I'm more an R34. Maybe I am getting confused. No. R33. Or maybe R32? Yeah, a little bit more like an R32, sorry. Like a kind of an amalgamation between the two. Looks like an old-timer? I mean, it's 90s. I wouldn't call that old-timer, but yeah. Inspired by the Mark III Supra. Okay, cool. Pop-ups were too hard to do. Yeah, pop-ups are really hard to do in automation. To get right. I mean, you know, once you get used to it, it's not that hard. But learning it is a problem. What is this song? No. 180SX fastback? A little bit, yeah, except it has an actual boot there, which the 180SX's boot is incredibly tiny. Then in here we've got 2-piston vented? Yeah, 2-piston vented, double wishbone, inline 6 with a variable intake manifold? I don't think so. Not even the... It's not an RB, because it's based off a Toyota, you said. What's that a... Well, even have a look at a 2JZ. That doesn't look like variable. I think that's just low or mid-range intake manifold. All of them, like almost all of the pictures showing up are like modified engines, so it's really hard to see like a real actual intake manifold. You know what? I don't know. I just feel as if maybe the variable length manifold, not quite the right choice here. Also, single turbo, probably would have been twin turbo. I wish the car had pop-up headlights, would look much better in my opinion. That's your opinion, I suppose. What is the most overrated engine? I mean, the Bar is fairly overrated. Like, people talk about it being able to take so much power. All you have to do is replace all the internals and everything else. You may as well go with pretty much any other engine. But I suppose it's like, it's easy to get to like a moderate sort of power. What else? There's not really many like really known engines. Like, the 1J and 2Js are okay as well. You really do have to push quite hard to get a lot of power from them, but they are nice and light, which is their advantage. I don't know. There are underrated engines, definitely. Wanted more low-end torque because it's really slow off the line. Then just go with a low-powered thing. I think, like, Mark III Supra. Hold on, let's have a quick look. MK3 Supra. Yeah, this thing probably had, what, like, 180 horsepower, maybe? Maybe 200? Supra Wiki. Wikic? Alright, let's scroll down till we get to the Mark III. Here we go, the A70. Do we have... Okay. Looks like it came with 230 horsepower. And it looks like it came fairly high up in its rev range as well, at 5600 RPM. So not a low-end torque sort of vehicle. This is also probably like a 2-liter. The biggest one came with a 3-liter, and the smallest was a 2-liter. Turbo lag was a serious issue. I also hope that you went with a journal bearing and not a ball bearing turbo. Ball bearing turbos weren't really used until like the mid-2000s, to be honest. There were a few examples of it, but it was so rare and so unreliable that, yeah, it took a really long time for that to actually be adopted. Anyway, no front drive, double wishbone, double overhead cam, simple exhaust, complicated intake, multi-point injection. Let's bring it down to the rear, independent rear suspension on double wishbone. Fairly basic sort of stuff, like it, single piston vented disc brakes. Hopefully you don't have way too much front bias on the brakes, but we shall see when we actually take it out for a bit of a drive. Looks fairly decent. Every time I look at this, it reminds me of like, I can't think, it's like some sort of alien, like Spore? Is that what I'm thinking of? Kind of like a Spore sort of creature? I don't know. Yeah. Like, every time I see this, that's kind of what it reminds me of. Like, that cross with Mickey Mouse. Then the tires, we have, like, a medium compound by the looks of it. Fairly decent. And then on the rear, you know, this actually looks... It looks clean. I like it. Back end looks very nice and sedate. This wouldn't have generated really any downforce. All it would have done is just reduced a bit of lift. So hopefully you also got that right. And hopefully the car drives nicely, obviously. I feel as if the proportions aren't quite right on the silhouette. Not the proportions, but like, I feel as if this would be a much more slanted sort of thing. Still would have had headlights, but they probably would have been pop-ups. Do we have... Yeah. So you can see that this slants all the way down to like a tire height. And this, like tire height would mean that this thing would slant to about here. So, I don't know, it almost doesn't look right. The new Toyota Supra comes with the BMW Straight 6, and it had the same turbos from the M4 competition. Yeah, but I also think that the new Supra is ugly. It seems like a not very popular opinion. I don't like the look of the new Supra, but other people do. It just doesn't look good. Anyway, let's have a look and see what you've done for the interior. Hey, you've got correct side drive. Dash looks a little bit weird with your dash filler in it. I don't know. It just doesn't seem quite right, but it'll do. Just feels a little bit low. Oh, no rear seating. Why no rear seating? I mean, they would be cramped, but you'd still have it. Maybe like move the dash forwards, move the seat forwards. Maybe like move the dash up to about here, maybe? Let's have a look. Do we have... Toyota interior. It does wrap into the door area. But yeah, it feels like it's a little bit further forwards. And you can see that the rear seats, very squished and not very big. But they were there. And that is a very big stickler for selling cars. Because if you're the sort of person that wants to have friends in a car, you're probably going to want to have rear seats. Only when, like, you've completely devoted yourself to being for women only sort of guy, or you're much older and it's like a secondary car, or you know exactly how you use your vehicle and you're never planning to have kids in any sort of way, then you may go with a 2-seat only sort of car. No window defroster? Oh, terrible. Same feel, I hate the design of the new BMW. Supra. Anyway, not bad though. You've done good lining here and everything. You got a seatbelt there, all that sort of stuff. Good work. Except for the no rear seats thing. What is this? Is that some sort of error, or have you got like a rest for the clutch pedal? I think that's a rest for the clutch pedal. Though I don't think I've... Metal? I don't know. Anyway. Sport? Wait, you don't know the... Also, welcome, Ringu. And a few other people like Broker Ursula. Do you not know the game Spore? Oh my god. It gets shit on a lot, but I love Spore. Like, I really wanted that game when it was new. No, the Supra in German car? What? What I also don't like about the new Supra is the fact that Japan is well known for being a very reliable car manufacturing sort of company. And if it does break, it's cheap to repair. Germany has become the exact antithesis of that. I don't think there's any other country which charges so much for unreliable cars that cost so goddamn much to repair when you're dealing with normal sort of cars. There, of course, there's Italy with supercars, but I put supercars in a different category because you don't expect them to be reliable. You expect to, like, you hear of, like, top-end Audis, BMWs, and Mercedes, and the first thing you think of is like, oh, they're a cool car, I wouldn't mind having one of those, maybe. But you hear of a supercar, and you're like, oh, I would love that, but not only could I not afford it, I also couldn't afford to maintain it. So... you get what I'm going with that sort of angle of thing. Spore is a great game. Oh, good. Okay, then. Footrace here? No, the Supra is German car. Now it is, yes. What are you even on about? Anyway. I just noticed you had the tab open. Oh, okay. I was just talking about rear differential earlier. I suggest Philman plays Roblox. And if you don't know what Roblox is, basically... I know what Roblox is. There is a possibility I might do some Roblox in the future, but it would be a one-off episode, and I know exactly what it is that I want to do. Anyway, this car looks jank, but also pretty good. There is some questionable choices here, but they have at the very least, tried to create something very unique. And there's a lot to like here, despite a lot of it also looking, as I said, very jank. What even is this? Like, I can't tell exactly what it is I'm looking at here. Looks good, but also, like, everything looks good, but a little bit wrong. It is so confusing to look at. I do like the side detail you've got here, though. I don't know exactly what you've done, but it just kind of looks good. I mean, I think I know what you've done, but it just doesn't translate well into my brain. I don't know. Anyway, looks fairly good. Let's move in and see what we've got. Vented 3-piston push rod suspension. Interesting. It's not very often you get push rod in the front. It's because it takes away a huge amount of usability. On the rear, we have double wishbone. What are all of these pipes? Oh, they're for the radiators and stuff. Okay. Anyway, it looks really weird. 3-piston vented double wishbone. Double overhead cam, V10, twin turbo, twin plenum, multi-point injection? I thought this would have been probably direct injection, but I suppose... Okay. They've moved the engine back considerably to make it visually fit right. Oh. That is a very weirdly placed engine. Otherwise, I think the engine probably would have gone up to here and not given you, like, cabin space. I feel this is probably a bit of a cheat, because I doubt that you would have moved the nodes back as well. Because this thing would probably hand, like, absolute shit. In real life, if you had such a small rear engine compartment, what would have actually happened is you would have had a transversely mounted engine. It's what they did for the Ferraris from the 70s and the Lamborghini Miura. So Lamborghini had the V12, and then they wanted to make a mid-engine sort of thing, but they had the design in mind that they wanted to have. So what they did is they didn't put the engine in longitudinally like what you normally would do, and they put it transversely, which was shown a few times prior by like Honda as well. They did a transversely mounted V12 for their first Formula 1 cars. So, I mean, it was a technology that was around when the Miura came around. This almost definitely would have come with that. I don't think I've ever had Turkish food. There's not really any Turkish people around here. Play the most scary Roblox game ever? I don't like scary games anymore. I burnt out on them. Anyway. It does look good. I will at least give you that. But if the nodes are not actually back where the engine are for the weight of the engine, I'm going to call poo-poo on this and it's going to lose a lot of points. Anywho, interior. Hey, they've got the dash in there. Nice. Got a sat-nav. I don't know if that's a real one. That's probably just default sort of automation mod sort of thing. I feel that the seats are too far forward. If you got the engine so far back, why is this so far forward here? It just feels compressed. Yeah, anyway. A lot to like here. We're going to judge it harshly when we get over there. At a distance, this thing, I think, looks really nice. The rear end looks very American. Very American. I don't know why, it just looks so incredibly American. Where the front looks like, it could be from basically anywhere. The front angle? The, 2/3 sort of thing? Anyway, not a thing, you're a very weird person. Then we have this. Now, I happen to know, through multiple times using this body, because I really do like this body from Automation, that it is also incredibly hard to put a lot of power through this thing, because it will so often kick out really horrendously if you got too much torque in the car. And it just causes major issues. You like the single LMP style wiper? Okay, yeah. It's not just LMP as well, like it's a bunch of different race series that do that with the wiper. Does the interior say Hennessy instead of... or Heresy, sorry. Is that what it is? Heresy, Poison, Heresy, and... wait, hold on. Writing here as well, D10. Heresy. I do like the fact that they've got Heresy written everywhere. That's one thing that a lot of people don't do, which is what car companies do, which is to have their name plastered everywhere. So I do appreciate what you've done there. I do like it. Anyway, back to this car. You're going with a fairly basic sort of design, but at least it looks fitting. Like, you got a good matching lines, all that sort of stuff around here. It looks good, though I would say a little bit basic. Side looks okay. I don't agree with this vent. One, it's an ugly vent. I believe I have a modified version of that. That is a very soft lip that you could be used instead. Going into the wheel area here, we have 2 4-piston vented disc brakes. double wishbone, very simple looking stuff. Is that an aluminium chassis? Yeah, I think that's a glued aluminium chassis. Nice. This is not a boxer sort of vehicle. It really isn't. I mean, if you were selling a big German-looking car, I don't know, just a boxer doesn't feel right to have in the front like this. Oh. Yeah, I can't agree with your engine choice. Anyway, you got a double overhead cam, 4 valves per cylinder. Pretty basic stuff. Is that front drive? Yeah, okay, we have front drive. Multi-point injection. Can't really tell what sort of manifold that is. I think that's just like performance manifold. And we do have rear drive, so it is all-wheel drive. 4 piston disc brakes. Okay. So this thing is basically a Subaru, a German Subaru. Is that what we're going with? And when I considered doing it, but so far it is the only boxer we've seen today, so I can't really poo-poo it too much. Should it have an inline or a V-shape engine? Yes, very much so. It really should have. And being all-wheel drive, maybe even transversely mounted, maybe. You chose the boxer because you like the sound. Okay. The back end doesn't look right. No. I see that you didn't know how to make the design look right, so you just added more and more and more detail. Unfortunately, it doesn't look good. Like, this just doesn't look right. It's not matching, like, the feel of the car. Also, this thing, if it had a lip like this, probably didn't have a door handle, or probably even have a key. If it does have a key, it's probably like a pop-out plastic thing in the middle here. If there's a little less work that has to be done by the steel press, that's how they do it. Also, this is on the bodywork and not on the boot, which is an issue. I know what's happened here, but yeah, that's wrong. Yeah, German Subaru. I thought the engine was in the front. It is in the front. What? What are you talking about? Anyway. Moving along. At least your side door handles look fine. Decent looking interior, actually. I see the old sort of dash there, but I don't mind. Retro is back in full swing for the 80s sort of aesthetic. Once again, no rear seats. You could have moved your steering wheel like a lot closer to here. Also, the seat would have been a little bit further forward, and then the whole seat with the steering wheel would have been further forward. What I meant is not only move the seat forward with the steering wheel, but the seat in relation to the steering wheel would also be a bit further forwards. And then you could have had like very stubby little seats in the rear potentially. What you might have done is had like the squished together around the rear wheel wells. Let's have a look at the AMG GT, which is probably the closest thing I can think of to this body, maybe? AMG GT interior. What do they have for the rear seats? Do they not have rear seats in the AMG GT? Is that this is a 4-seater AMG GT? Wait, there's a 4-door? Let's have a quick look. Okay. AMG GT interior. Inside the new AMG GT. Let's mute it so we don't get copyright struck, and we just want to have a look at the camera moving through the interior. Wait, hold on, we can see a little bit here. Hey, it doesn't have rear seats. Okay. I suppose I never really thought about it. Fair enough. But yeah, no, these are too far forward. Sorry, too backwards. The problem is here is when you try to go in, a lot of people like to like push up against the seat and then just slide in. It's bad for the seats, but it's like lazy fat man way of doing it. You're gonna be scraping up against the door to get into this. Move the seat and the steering wheel further forwards. I could not quite figure out the rear seats due to the rear wheels, so I scrapped. What was that other car that we had a look at? I think it was maybe last week, where what they did is they moved the seats like inside of the rear wheel fenders. I think it was a Corvette, no, Camaro maybe? Oh, it was the IROC Z, was it? IROC Z rear seats? Yeah. So you can see like the huge wheels there, and then they've just kind of squished the rear seats together. But if this is going to be a little bit more like the AMG GT, yeah. Oh no, bro. Oh, what a pity. That's a big fail. You were doing so well. Ooh. That's a crying shame. Anyway, interesting car. No rear aero by the looks of it. I could be mistaken though. We shall see. Apart from like a rear diffuser sort of looking thing. Fuck, I never saw that. Fair enough. Then we've got this really interesting looking car. And it feels as if they got like kind of the silhouette right for the rear. But not quite. One, I would have made this fit a little bit better to the bodyline maybe. And two, it just looks weird and bulbousy. I feel that you could have maybe used different fixtures here. I do like your gusto though. You've done a fairly good job of trying to create something quite different from the norm. Very much appreciated. Anyway, on the front, I know that look. What is that look? It's an electric car company. Stop showing me SUVs. Fuck off with that bullshit. God, I hope that Honda makes this car. If they make this car, I mean, it can have wing mirrors. Maybe it probably couldn't be so much there for the lift. Is it this? I don't know. I just know that this is front end. Mercedes EQXX. Lucid Air. That's the one. Yeah. That's the name of it. It looks very Lucid Air-esque. No? Am I confused? Maybe I am confused with something else. Anyway, not a list. Yeah, didn't think so. Well, my sister got the IROC Z on Monday. Oh, nice. I really don't know much about it, but yeah. Coming in here, we have 4-piston vented disc brakes. Is that meant to be like an electric motor per wheel? Interesting. Coming to the rear, we have, I'm assuming that's also, is that a hub motor? Okay. There are big problems with hub motors. One, you want to reduce unsprung weight. And two, because they get shaken so much, they are less reliable. So you don't particularly want hub motors, especially big hunking ones like this. There is a reason why they still use drive shafts for those sorts of things. Looks like an Aston Martin? No. Mercedes EQXX. Okay, if it's that really like ugly Mercedes again. Oh, kind of. That's not the one I was thinking of though. Also, this is like the ugliest car I have ever seen. Welcome Octane, by the way. I don't actually think... Like, you guys have shown me some really ugly cars. I don't think any of them are as ugly as this. Like, this is... Because it's also really expensive, which makes it so much uglier. If something is expensive and looks absolutely fantastic, it is fine. The rarity adds to the beauty of it because it's something you don't see every day, and seeing stuff like that is really appealing. But this, every time you see it, you're like, oh, why? Oh, why have they done this? So because of that, we're gonna like go back a few times so we don't have to look at it anymore. That looks like a 50s car? Nah, I don't know about that. What do I think is the prettiest car, Phil? I don't know. That's a very, very subjective sort of question, even for one person. I tried to make a better looking version of it. I mean, it is better looking, I will say that, yes. Have you seen the fashion industry? Expensive luxury is ugly and garish all the time. Garish, yes. Ugly all the time? No, I can kind of get it sometimes. Not all the time. Definitely not all the time. Two-pedal, very basic sort of looking dash. Would have loved it if you had made this animated somehow, but I doubt that you would have done that. I feel your front seats are too far forward and your steering wheel is not lined up right. Like, it looks like it's too horizontal. A little bit of a slope there would have been better. Your seats also seem way too slanted back. Maybe angle them up a little bit more. Is that like gangster lean that you've tried to go in the seat there? What the hell is this? Tesla door handles are backwards? Sure, whatever. Using Tesla door handles the right way around always feels like you're going, oh, you just wanted to make a Tesla door handle. I know, it's way too much like a Tesla. Mercedes-Benz we're looking at reminds me of the early Porsche. Yeah, actually, there is a little bit of Porsche influence there. Phil, do you see the fashion show? What are you talking about? Anyway. Your floor is incredibly flat as well, which feels so weird. Anywho, we'll see that car later. Now we have this thing. Lots of camber on the front tires, okay. Narrow tires front and rear, though this... Have you tried? No, it is... Yeah, no, that's scraping there, unfortunately. Really interesting looking. You've got DCOE carburetors, is that what that's meant to be? That's a really complicated carburetor setup. Also, anybody else notice the next issue? If this is meant to be an American rat rod sort of looking thing? Rat rod, hot rod? I think rat rod and hot rod are close enough that we can just call them the same thing. Also, welcome beam breaker, if I didn't say that earlier. Are those radials on a hot rod? That I'm not concerned about yet. The engine is not scaled up? I mean, you might have had it a little bit higher. Tubular exhaust pad? No, I'm fine with that being modified. Being a rat rod, you can have whatever sort of thing. The can design, Crispy Shaman. You have it. Congratulations, everyone. Give Crispy Shaman a round of applause. This is an overhead cam. This most certainly would have come with a push rod or, more likely, a flathead, which is even worse. I think, like, the most powerful factory flathead was, what, like 130 horsepower or something like that? Yeah. Push rod engine would be it for hot rods. Or flathead. Yeah. I wish the flathead was an option. Cam design? Yeah, okay. Oh! God damn it, why does beamng do that sometimes? Where it just goes, hey, let's just move the camera a bazillion miles per hour. On the rotational axis, that is. Anyway, looking at the rest of this, we have double wishbone, 3-piston... I don't know what sort of material that's meant to be. Disc brake. Okay. If you're going for like a resto mod, 3 pistons might even still be a bit too much. Maybe some like generic 2 pistons. Realistically, if this was a real rat rod based upon the original car, definitely still would have come with drums. Depending how old, it might not have even come with front brakes on the front. The roof was also bolted on. I don't know what you mean by that. Anyway. Carburetors, I feel don't entirely suit. Hey, I see that you painted the front area here invisible at least. I like that. Yeah. How many valves per cylinder? 2. At least you've got that. Suspension should be leaf rings all around. I will give them a free pass on that. Because oh no, actually you could have gone leaf spring and then lowered it a lot. But then the axle would have been going through the front radiator area. Also, the sort of dead axle, solid axle you get in automation is not a normal dead axle. Usually a dead axle is actually just like an I-beam that goes up and then out to the wheels. I wish they would do that for front dead axles. Please, automation devs, that would be a really cool detail. And then you can get like lower suspension on those areas. Is anything holding the front on? There is chassis rail, yep. And this sill area was the chassis rail, I believe. Mercedes made a hypercar called the Mercedes AMG 1. It has a... yeah, I know the AMG 1. Audi make cool cars in... I almost want to ban you, not a thing, for just being way too random in my chat. Anyway, wrong sort of, completely wrong. Oh my god, that is so wrong. That is so incredibly wrong. No, bad. Bad. No, tisk. Should really be 4 barrels if you want to be really pedantic. I mean, sure, okay. I kind of will be okay with it. Realistically, yes, it should have come with that, with a compact manifold. This, on the other hand, completely unforgivable. The rest of it was kind of like oh, you got a wrong detail here and there. This, straight up wrong, along with the brakes on the front. Completely wrong. That is atrocious. What sort of brakes we got here? 3 piston vented. Yeah, nah. Probably wouldn't have been that. Oh. So wrong. Fuel tank in the back. Cool. Sure. Whatever. Is that meant to be a nitrous tank? Interesting. Why is there... tubes running back here? What's that meant to be? POV, you have a GTA car. Yeah. Oh god. What's this meant to be now? Oh, that's meant to be the fuel tank? Okay, fair enough. Hey, they got like the metal bucket seats. Nice. A passable interior, I suppose. Fab. Alright. Sure. Many mistakes have been made here. Oh my god, yeah. Also the other thing, depending on whether this is meant to be a resto mod or like an old vehicle, radials, probably the wrong choice in general, but definitely not a sports tire. It is very wrong. I wonder how much time will it take for someone to make a car specifically designed to trigger fill. I mean, this one's triggering me pretty hard, and people have tried to do that in the past. They're just really shitty, ugly cars, though. POV, you drive an vapid car in GTA 5? What? Anyway. Then we got this, the poster card for this stream. Lots of cool detail here. I just really appreciate a lot of it. The main reason I put it in is not just because of the detail, but also because it's just a nice color. Not a very realistic sort of color compared to what you would see realistically in real life. but it does look rather nice on screen. Outside is nice though. I'm assuming you're talking about that one. Yeah, this one also pretty nice. Looks very BMW Audi-esque sort of thing, but that's mostly the body design. Not a big fan of that vent choice. I don't know, just the lip looks way too harsh on it. Good looking wheels, 4-piston vented steel brakes probably. Double wishbone, not bad. Tubular exhaust, no. And this is like a silhouette version of the car. I'm just gonna say probably a no on that. Sorry. A twin plenum. Is that a V8? Yeah, V8. How many valves per cylinder? At least they've only got 4 valves per cylinder. Interesting engine. It probably would have been a cast manifold, cast exhaust manifold, and potentially individual throttle bodies with a single plenum. Being a rat rod, it should be built with basic parts, usually found at junkyards, or just whatever's on it, even if it doesn't work very well. Alfa Romeo Giulia? Giulia? It makes me think of a sporty Honda Accord. A little bit. It does look a little bit Honda-ish, even though it looks nothing like a Honda. I think it's kind of more the feel of the design. I'd say it's an Alpha. Okay, then. Camera. Moving back to the rear. See, this is what made me think of Spore. This like rear differential with the tabs on here. Always just reminds me of Spore. Multi-link rear suspension, 2 4-piston vented disc brakes in the rear. Okay. And the rear of this actually looks very, very clean. You haven't given too much detail, but it's not so bland that it's missing a lot of stuff. I like this lip around here that you've done, with this little bit of a vent here, and then the obligatory reflectors that are required as well. Is that meant to be... Oh! That's an Italian flag, so yes, this is meant to be like Alfa Romeo by the looks of it. And a very subtle wing on the rear. Probably this thing would only create a little bit of lift. What is this 70s disco song? I don't know, bro. I just set the YouTube Studio audio library to play. It is currently playing Road Trip by Slink. Pretty sure that's meant to be Slink. They spell it with a Y, so it's Slink. This car is going to be horrible. I heard they have so much wheel spin, going to have a great time with this car, and by great I mean horrible. I mean, what sort of tires do we have here? Rear wheel drive only, decent. Is that semi-slick? Okay, so this must be like meant to be their top-end sports built for a race sort of car. Otherwise, you generally don't put semi-slicks on cars because they're just not very good for road use. They stay really cold for road use, so that means that they get damaged fairly easily, and just in general, they wear rather quickly to the point where they become illegal on the road very fast. They suck in anything other than dry weather. Like a little bit of mist, and you start running into issues. I mean, probably not. It'd actually need to be at least a little bit of drizzle. More funk than disco? I mean, I did set it to have the playlist Attribution Not Required and Mood Funky. I know, I just like chill music for these streams. Looks rather good. We will have to actually see how it drives though. We've got left-hand drive car. Don't they say that like the left hand is the hand of the devil or something? So having a left-hand drive vehicle like this is basically a Satanist. Time Splitters music? If you say so, I don't really know that game. Or it could be homologation. That's what I was getting at. Which is why I'm kind of willing to give them a little bit of a pass on the headers that I had. You like the inside? I like the inside as well. It's very, very complete. I don't know whether this quilting here is default. Yeah, I feel as if they put that in themselves. Lovely attention to detail there. They've got it on the seats as well. They've kept a uniform sort of design. They've lined everything. They've got seat belts. They haven't covered this up. Oh, I've yet to see anybody bother to do that. I have never bothered to cover this up. So I'm not going to poo-poo them for that at all. There is no middle headrest. There legally would need to be some sort of middle headrest, I believe. Let's go. How do you spell Chevy? Chevy rear seats 2023. Okay, so in that glitch again where I can't hit enter to search. Oh, okay. I was wrong. I just want to have a look at an American vehicle. Huh. I suppose I didn't know that. Let's have a look at Mercedes. Rear seats 2022. Yeah, so it's probably a different ruling for German seats, and it looks like here, yeah, it can fold down so then you can have better visibility. Let's have a look at Volvo rear seats. That looks exactly like that Chevy one. This is probably what lifts up there for that headrest. I don't know what that's meant to be, but it looks cool and I want it. Should we just have... There you go, yeah. So that thing does extend. Let's have a look at... What's a cheaper... Let's have a look at Porsche. Not cheaper, but very different. Yeah, even this one has a little bit of a rear headrest. Anyway, that's just kind of what I was getting at. If this is meant to be German... Oh, you know what? Since this is an Alfa Romeo... Alfa Romeo rear seats. Yes, even they have a little headrest. So I believe it's like a EU safety thing compared to an American safety thing. Now I need to build a Saturn car, if you say so. I don't know. Whatever. I did cover that in a Land Rover I sent a while ago. Cover what? Check something like the Opel Insignia, something built by GM, built for Europe. Oh. Opel's not built by GM anymore, though. Opel's not owned by GM anymore. Opel Insignia. Let's go like 2013 rear seats. God damn it, I can't hit enter anymore. What is wrong with... Yeah, okay. So, it has the rear metal thing. I think they sold Opel in the big shift in 2016. I just have 3 separate headrests in my Impreza. Sure, okay. Japanese usually follow a mix of the harshest of German and European rules most of the time. Welcome, Chris Games and Game Boy Testarossa. Terriors. Whatever. I'm gonna call you Game Boy. Moving across to this thing now. Is that the same sort of body style? I think it is. So, here is somebody trying to learn the new ways, the ways of designing new cars and automation compared to somebody that got it right. Now, this is very much a regurgitated sort of design. I've seen them submit this design a few different times now. So they've got this one like down pat. I see that you've got a lot of nice detail around here. Your front hood into the front grille, though, is just so incredibly wrong and ugly. There'll also be, generally multiple sort of colors that you'll have on the front of a car. I think the only one that really doesn't do it is kind of like a Mazda 2022? Mazda... No, even Mazda go 3 colors. They have paint, chrome, and black plastic. You got a little bit of black plastic here. The chrome is meant to be an accent, not a full, like, gaudy sort of lip around it. That, unfortunately, looks pretty ugly. And, like, the hood coming all the way down to do the front sort of thing. There's only a few companies that have ever done that. Mercedes and the Toyota BMW Supra thing. Very, very ugly sort of design. I don't know why car companies keep thinking that Formula 1 works in road car design. It's hideous. I think also what hurts this car is the fact that it's like right next to like a really well-designed car. I think if it wasn't here, it probably would have looked a little bit better. Yeah, work on your grille. That's a design choice. I don't think it personally works. Headlights look okay. You can see here that it's got like a much clearer sort of glass as opposed to a foggy sort of glass. Yeah. What do I think of the Opel Tiger? Welcome, Kyle Hammer. Let's go with your last one there. I'm assuming that this is related to what we're looking at. Oh, this is, I can't remember what we called this in Australia. I think it was like a Barina or something. I think we called that? Yeah. I like the BMW Supra. Sure. Do we... Right back? Okay, cool. Let's now go in. Also, I think... Yes, okay, the other thing that is ruining this a little bit is the leading lines aren't working really here. There is not really any cohesive line design. Do they have that on this one? Or have they just done a really good job of things? You know what? This doesn't have a lot of leading lines, except there's a leading line leading from the hood all the way down here. This matches that as well. And then there's a bit of a leading line on the, that's almost matched up with the wheel fender here. Doesn't really line up here. This doesn't line up. There's no leading line down along here. There's a bit of a leading line from the hood into here, but it's a bad leading line, in my opinion, at least. McLaren Senna, I think it's funky. Do I think it's good looking? No. We have 4-piston vented disc brakes on double wishbone with a transversely mounted V6. Finally, I think this one is fitting.
And when everyone's super, no one will be.
This, no. You're not going to be having tubular exhausts on here. Then we have 5 valves per cylinder.
And when everyone's super, no one will be.
Then we have individual carbon fiber like intake manifold.
And when everyone's super, no one will be.
And it's all-wheel drive.
And when everyone's super, no one will be.
I need to check. Is this carbon ceramic? It's not carbon ceramic. At least they didn't just click the top thing on everything. There is a lot to not like about this. The one thing to like, though, is the fact that they put an engine cover on here. What they should have done, though, is made this actually like a longitudinally looking engine cover to make it look like it's meant to be a longitudinal engine, and then have like a fake in-runner sort of design there to make it look like a V8 or V10 or V12 sort of thing. A premium engine, not a V6, which is kind of like a sporty but not cool engine. I don't know exactly how to say that. But yeah, no, that's that would have been really cool if you had done that. I think the first ones that I ever saw to do it was like Mitsubishi 360 engine. What? Or was it a 380? Hold on. The Mitsubishi 360? 380, okay then. Oh, no. That is a transversely mounted looking thing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And they actually kept it to a 6-cylinder, okay. But yeah, a lot of companies would just basically lie about that by their engine covers. Gage Dykstra, welcome back again. You really don't need a lot of leading lines. I usually aim for about 4 or 5, 1 or 2, wrapping all the way around the car. I think it's just like having the big, well-defined ones is the important part. Looks like the Alfa Romeo Giulia Quadrifoglio. I think you mean the Giulia Quadrifoglio. Haha! And also, sorry about my spelling of the car. It's pretty hard. Yeah, I know. Have you seen the McLaren Artura? I think most McLarens are pretty ugly, so I just don't care to look. Along with a lot of, what do you call it? What's that thing? I can't even think of it right now. Koenigsegg. Koenigsegg's cars look usually pretty ugly. Anyway, fairly basic looking stuff here. Your rear brakes are probably too small. Solid disc we can get behind. They're smaller and also less piston, which means that this thing probably has way too much front bias on the brakes. This thing is probably going to understeer like absolute craziness. Double wishbone, very basic. What sort of tires do we have on here? At least we've got a sports and not a semi-slick. And then, actually the rear looks a lot better. Once again, your leading lines start to fall apart around here. You got some leading lines, so this here matches the leading line of your split area here for where like the latch would go and all that sort of stuff. Down here, this doesn't look quite right. Also, this would have probably some sort of rear splitter sort of thing here as well. Or rear diffuser sort of thing here as well. Wait, did they design the brake pump on the firewall? You know what? Actually, I did see something that looked like a transmission. And I meant to comment on that. That is a transmission. How did they get, with the starter mode, how did they get that there? Is that some sort of badge thing? Weird. And then they've got like an opened... Okay, sure. Weird. Is that meant to be a battery? Okay. At least they've tried to add some details in here. I do like your gusto, but a lot of mistakes have been made. Yeah, you want the lines to have purpose and definition, but having too many makes a clutter design? Yeah. Welcome back, Z Ultimate. Rear looks like Brera and failed plastic surgery. You know, it does look a little bit Brera-esque. Yeah. You know what? I think the Brera might be one of my favorite looking cars as well. Misspelled Alpha somehow. Yeah. I think the Brera might be one of the better looking cars. Though I will say that that rear end has not aged quite as well as what I remember. What is the price of the Brera? Is there any for sale? Alfa Romeo Brera, anywhere in Australia. It hasn't gone to cars, so let's go category. Cars and vehicles. Cars, vans, and utes. For $12,000 for the cheapest. Oh, there's a V6 version. And the cheapest one of that is $25,000. You know, I'd be fine with a 4-cylinder if it had enough power. 136 kilowatts? How much does it weigh? 1,400 kilos? It does not look like a 1,400 kilo car. But this one, I would actually... Yeah, I would consider buying this car. If it was ever in my price range, that is. The fixtures pack that adds most mechanical parts as a fixture. Okay, fair enough. Koenigsegg revealed a new car some days ago, and Oh, that was some very interesting tech, actually. Like automatic with manual mode 9 gauge. What? And real working clutch pedal. Huh. Burr's font is from the 159, and it's one of the best looking sedans ever. I don't think that Alfa Romeo sedans look great. Though the fronts look good. All fronts of Alfa Romeos, I think, look pretty good. But yeah, sedans don't look good. The rear of the sedan just starts looking really weird. And then, like, the actual rear of this, it looks tacked on. Doesn't look right. I will say, though, that this is not the worst looking one. But, oh, there's a wagon version of it. And then the wagon rear end. It looks bland Audi sort of design on the rear end of this. That's unfortunate. Yeah, now, Brera for me. But then again, I have a soft spot for hatchbacks. I like hatchbacks. Anyway, that is this car's underpinnings. Your mirrors are probably a little too far back. You really want to have like an ease of like, so where would our head go? Right about here sort of area. You really want an ease of looking sort of thing. So you probably want the mirror to be up here, so then you don't have to like look so far off to the side. You just want it to be a glancing sort of thing. And especially for that one, like way over there. Okay, looking interior sort of gauge cluster. The rest of it looks fairly well done. Lots of detail in here. Sunroof? Yep, actually a real sunroof. Nice work. Extra little clusters here. You've got a lot of detail. Well done. I think what you're struggling with is what I struggle with and what a lot of people struggle with, which is trying to make modern looking cars in automation. That is incredibly hard. Automation is not really designed for making modern cars. Why SUV popular? What do you think of the mantra? I don't know what that is. I'll just have a look at the first one you wanted me to look at. Hopefully this thing is related to what we're talking about. It is not. It starts off good and then gets worse towards the rear. It just looks disproportionate. Anyway, that is unrelated to the stream. Koenigsegg built the fastest automatic transmission in the world, and it's absolutely bonkers without synchronizers or flywheel, but with 7 clutches and manual mode with gated shifter and manual clutch. Making a manual clutch is actually not particularly hard. Interesting that they've done that, though. I really thought that their, what was it? Torque converter. The, like, torque converter as the transmission, I thought was a genius idea. Though I know that a lot of people don't like CVTs. I just think that that's, like, a genius idea. It's an idea I had a while ago, but I just went, I wonder why nobody does that. That would be really cool, because you can really, play with the geometry gear ratios a lot. Effective gear ratios in a torque converter by just changing the amount of fluid in it. But I had no idea, like, what the limitations were, and I just assumed that there was a reason why nobody did it. And then Koenigsegg did it, and I went, wow, they actually did that. That's cool. It took me a while to learn how to make modern cars look right. It takes a lot of 3D fixtures. It takes a lot of practice as well. A lot of practice. Looking at reference images, trying to just match the reference images to, like, if you want to expedite your learning process, that is, sort of thing. Yeah, these are the cars. Let's start off with the 2CV. Italy is the closest thing we have to Europe, even though it is an American map. Somewhere close to California, I'm guessing. Let's start here. It looks very ugly. I'm not sure what you're talking about. Alright, let's wait for this bugger to load. I had to clear my cache a few times. Nope, not loaded yet. God damn it. Italy is so poorly optimized. It is so infuriating. Like, loading into it and the poor performance you get in it. Alright. Let's try out a little bit of hill driving with this thing. Actually, you know what? What's my way out of here? If we go forwards and then, yeah, okay. We can do that. I think I might have audio turned down. Was that suspension really soft just then? Oh no, audio's not turned down that much. Very quiet engine. Very floaty. Oh my god. Oh my god. That is... I'm assuming this thing came with no sway bars then? Is that correct in that assumption? Yeah, I can get 40 FPS in American roads mod, but about 20 in Italy, USA. Fair enough. There is a German Autobahn map. Like a mod? Interesting. Okay. Wagon do the same thing as SUV? What? Anyway. Got a fleck of stuff on my microphone. I'm just going to rotate it around so I don't look at it. It's in the corner of my eye and it just started to bug me. French amount of body roll? If you say so. I don't know much about French history of suspension design, to be honest. Also, welcome Dr. Eurobeat to the stream. How's it going, bruh? The higher position of SUVs make people feel big and powerful. Yeah. Thanks for answering the question. I got tired of answering these off-topic questions. That is a lot of body roll. Oh my god. And it jiggles just a little bit, but then like very quickly tapers off. Okay. Oh dear. Okay. You can launch Beam in Vulcan mode, and Italy runs a lot better. Though Vulcan tends to crash from time to time, but it's a lot less buggy now than before. Interesting. I didn't know there was a Vulcan mode for this game that's made in Java. I mean, a lot of Java, I should say. French suspension is good, if you say so. I know that, like, the big thing about French cars is like, back in the day, was having a very flat, smooth sort of ride over bumpy terrain. I don't actually know how much body roll the 2CV has. But this thing is, like, incredibly sensitive to body roll. I like it. I'm gonna have a quick look. Wait, hold on. Yeah, let's see what the suspension geometry is here. We have semi-trailing arm, and on the front it is double wishbone. Alright, so it doesn't have the like that longitudinally mounted suspension sort of thing. If I remember correctly, the 2CV didn't have shocks until the 80s. Really? This thing has shocks. Like, you can see that the thing stops bouncing for a lot. But wait until the 80s, that's a long time. Looks like this car should have much stronger dampers. We were literally just talking about. There's a video of a 2CV van going uphill, and it looks like it will roll over any time, but it doesn't because the suspension is really well made. Okay, fair enough. I do know that the French had a lot of in the early days, people willing to try experimental things on cars, and that did include suspension. Like, I believe they also, if I'm not mistaken, created Didion tube. I believe. But, yeah, a lot of, weird sort of things that, actually made a lot of sense for back in the day. Even though the rest of the world looked at it and go, you know what, we're just going to standardize this. Double wishbone, solid axle, we're done. Really, really sloppy. I was hoping that this would start taking me downhill, because I want to take it to a place where there's, like, really bumpy areas. Does this tree become square? Yep. This tree becomes square. Wait, is it square all the way up? Oh my god. I never noticed that. And then it becomes a triangle? Oh my god. When does that become a triangle? Oh no, there's one that stays square all the way to the very tippity top. Doesn't have a texture on top. And then it uses a flat... uses 2D textures on a 3D plane. Interesting. Oh, all tree squares? No, this one is a weird shape. As you can see here, like, even inverts on itself. That is weird. Huh. Cool. Alright, what we were doing, we're having a look at some farmland, maybe. Do we have really bumpy farmland? This is a little bit bumpy, but it's on a slope. We can try it out. Beam does have a lot of foliage, so that's probably good for... Yeah, I know. It's just really weird. And 64 tree. I mean, it's done very well. I only just noticed it when I looked at the stump of the thing. They imported trees from Minecraft. It's a box tree. The wacky French suspension did work, though. The Citron Xantia has the world record moose test thanks to active sway bars and hydromatic suspension. Okay, weird. It is soaking up a lot of bumps, but I feel as if it could have been even smoother, maybe. Like, perfect test bed. It is probably running into, like, the extremes of the suspension travel, though. Let's have a look at 2CV eggs. Because that's the thing. 2CV egg challenge. Let's get to the egg part, please. Good for you. No, I don't care about the eggs itself. That is not a bumpy field. These guys did it as well. Do they actually drive it? No, they don't. Great, thanks. Try to roll it? No, this is the suspension I know of. Let's try out this one. Can we please have some driving shots? Here we go, okay. Very lungy under gear changes and everything, to be expected. Do we have anything else? Oh, look at the lunge. Oh, it even, like, shook the front wheels. All right, now we get into body roll. You know what? That's actually not a lot of body roll. Do we have bumpy terrain? No, we don't. Okay. Interesting. Hey, welcome Zeno back. The faster you go, the less bumps you will. Yeah, I know that. Warbot Steph, thank you for showing up. Even if it was late, I don't particularly mind too much. See, the problem with, like, saying you have to go faster to feel less bumps is you have to go faster. And this is not a particularly beastly engine. Alright, let's go through this field. This field looks a little bit bigger. Is this a Nefix thing? No, this is not a Nefix thing. I like the sound of it, so we'll leave the song on for now. You know, it's not too bad. Yeah, look at that. Soaking up those bumps now that we're about 60. You know what this song reminds me of? It reminds me of a Beat Saber sort of song. Except not as wob wob. Rally driven time? I don't know. The 2CVs were like not the greatest rally cars. I mean, they did okay, but like they lacked a lot of things to become like world champions. But I suppose we can do a little bit of driving. Which dirt road should we take? We got a little bit here. You know what? We're so slow. I think this will be fine. We shouldn't have too much issue. Also, what sort of tires do we have? This had better be radials, like really thin radials. I think that actually looks like a crossfly tire. Am I wrong? Does anybody know what the, I should really get like a legend for this to be able to look at tire materials. Welcome Twisted Tea to the stream. I don't like some of the automation cars. Some are good and some are bad. Well, yeah, obviously. Did I notice the rear wheels are not in line? Is that a thing? You're right. I think this one is a little bit further forwards? Yeah, okay. Is that to keep the suspension even on either side? Wow. Well done. I know 2CV is popular for tarmac rally. Oh, okay. That looks like radial texture. It is? Okay then, good. Well, I mean, tarmac rallying, we'll do a little bit of dirt. In the era of this thing, there wouldn't have been a large amount of tarmac. And I've already gone off. Whoopsie daisies. This is a really cool vehicle. I know that it's not named as a 2CV, but we'll have a look at the description when we go to give this thing a fill score. Okay. All right. It does okay. Let's do a little bit of tarmac rallying, as you're saying. We'll start at a high ground, and then we'll slowly make our way down. Do we have a high ground around here somewhere? Yeah. Don't actually know where the high ground is, or where the peak is, sorry. So we'll just go here. Rear suspension is from the Renault 16. Okay, then. Have you seen 2CV Ferrari V8? No, I've never even heard of that. I'm not much of a French car sort of person, so usually if a French car thing shows up in any sort of feed, I just blindly go past them like, I'm just not interested. This is a really interesting build, I must say. Ah. Yikes. The 2CV has the weirdest gear shift ever? Oh, I didn't know that either. You know, this does alright on tarmac. Probably not the fastest by a long shot. That's like nice oversteer into a corner when turning right. Turning left, it's a lot more understeer. So that's interesting. Not the greatest traction on these knobbly, narrow tires. TF is and tarmac rally. I don't know what TF is. Okay. It's funny how this thing, like, feels so oversteery, but yet is front-wheel drive. Come on, you can do it. Yeah, you go. Alright, I think... Yeah, you know what? This is actually fairly good with cornering. Quite stable and very recoverable. Let's give it a quick refresh. We'll do a few more corners because this actually is really fun to chuck into corners. It just feels really good. Is that actually locking up the rear wheels or the front wheels? Yeah, I think that is locking up the rear wheels. Because I know there's like a few French cars that the handbrake is on the front wheels. Tarmac Rally is on tarmac? Really? Oversteer is probably due to the offset of the rear left tire. You mean different on one side? Yeah, obviously. But the oversteer is also probably very based on it being torsion beam rear suspension, which is just notoriously oversteery. Also, probably just a lot of the geometry and weight of the vehicle. Phil, do you know the Irish Tarmac Rally Championship? No, I do not. There's not much Irish population in Australia, and especially not in South Australia. So, we don't really know much about Irish heritage, or Irish anything. Usually when Top Gear talked about a lot of things, a lot of the times it was the first time we'd ever hear about it, because South Australia, very German-based. Tiny looking car, it is really funky to drive. I'd actually really suggest you guys giving this one a try. It is actually really fun. It is actually so much more fun than what I was expecting. Let's keep it on the tarmac. This is also much better on tarmac than dirt. On dirt, this thing was kind of just like, needs more traction. Here, much better. This is a pretty cool car. I do very much agree. And welcome, Jumbo Jacob. 2CV has the umbrella handle gear stick like the Renault R4. Sure, whatever that means. Also, I don't believe this is a replica of the 2CV, but like one of the children of the 2CV sort of design. I like this car. If I was to give this thing a simple fill score, it would do really well. But I'm assuming they're going to want a full fill score. Let's go in to... Where'd Reddit go? There's Reddit. And let's bring up the fill scoring sheet, because we'll need that anyway. Also, I want to point out my F1 times. I went back and I modified the BT46 to not scrape as much and to fix a few other little issues that sprung up with the car. And the thing did a 137 around the racetrack. So incredibly fast. And I feel I could go like a good 5 seconds faster if I was actually taking it seriously. Now, where is this car? Here we go. What number was this on its ranking? 1, 2, 3. Ranked 3. Tied with 4th. I feel that this thing deserved more votes than this. Like, it's ugly, sure. But it's like really cool and quirky. East Coast USA. USA especially towards the left side of the map? Oh, okay. Driving through the woods and fields in the middle of nowhere, cruising at a full 113 kilometers an hour top speed. I went with Italy, USA, so pretty close. The AFP Petite is a French economy car introduced in 1955. Cheap price and simplicity provided good sales far beyond its initial planned lifespan. This one is third generation 25th anniversary model from 1980. Interesting. Attempt to refresh obsolete car. The car received more plastic parts and more powerful 3-cylinder 600cc engine, producing 265 horsepower. I know that that's a typo, or maybe just a European thing, but that, for me, should be a period there. And, yeah. It costs 6,700 automation dollars. Interesting. That is really cheap. I'm guessing this thing would have actually been realistically even cheaper though. There is an interesting quirk. The wheelbase on the right side is longer than the left side, similar to the IRL Renault 4 and Renault 16. Let's actually have a look at the Renault 4. Oh. I don't know, that car's kind of funky, but also many things about it make me just go, oh, no. What's the Renault 16 look like? Yeah, not a fan. Anyway. It's not a replica. Specifically, they've made sure it's not a replica. Interesting. Let's start giving it a fill score. Not this page. Stream scoring. Italy, USA. Damned American colonialism. Yeah. It seems lift isn't rear tires in sharp corners. It seems... Oh, so it seems to lift its rear tires. Yeah, a little bit, yeah. You could say it. Sucked out of last second. What? That are pretty cool. I liked that video a lot. What video? What are we talking about? I'm so confused. Damn American colonialism 26.5. Yeah. Cool. All right. Styling. It'll come back in the je ne sais quoi, but I am not a fan of this design. So we're gonna go like probably a 2 on that. A lot of people won't get this. Though you know what? There's a lot of quirkiness to it. But a lot of people don't know about this 2CV and will just think that it's a cheap knockoff of a Volkswagen Beetle. So that's gonna hurt its coolness. Acceleration, not great. Handling. You know, actually it handles really well. We'll go like a 6 on that. Fun, oh, you know what? Actually, no. A 4 on that. Fun factor, we'll go a 7 on that, because it is actually very fun to drive. Cool factor, no. Trackability, probably not. Feature, because I'm guessing that the brakes would probably cook and not do particularly well over time. Fun fact, Renault 16 is more aerodynamic in reverse than forwards. I think I heard something like that, yeah. Features. Probably doesn't even have a radio, to be honest. Ah! Yeah, we have some fans and windshield wipers. I think that's meant to be a digital clock, but I think they've tried to hide that and not actually have a digital clock there. So we'll go a no on that. Comfort, well, I mean, we'll give it a 5. It's very wallowy, but at least it's soft. The seats also come into comfort. They are not comfortable looking seats. So we'll give them probably, I mean, the quality is probably decent because it's like easily repairable, but that's more of an ongoing cost. The quality of it, it's French, built cheaply, so probably not the most reliable. And the feel of it is also probably going to be very crap. So we'll go like a 3 on that, but the ongoing cost will be better. Practicality, not the biggest boot, does okay off-road, fits 5 people. I wish there was a safety score here, because this thing would not do well. We'll give it like a 7, I suppose. It's quite practical. Value, 10, I suppose. I mean, you get a lot for a very little amount of money. Ongoing costs, probably really good, but not like great by modern standards, fuel efficiency and all that sort of stuff. So we'll go like an 8 on that one. J-beam editing. How much did they do? Did they have moving steering wheel and anything like that? No. So just the suspension change? That is the only thing that they mentioned. But it is a cool thing to change. I think that's more of a je ne sais quoi than anything else. So we'll give them like a 2 on that one. They have to know how it works to be able to make it work, and I very much approve of it, but it is also very basic. You know what, we'll give you a 3 for that, because it's also something I've never seen before. Nobody's ever bothered to do that. Would I buy this? No. Je ne sais quoi factor, 10. Realism and commonality. I don't know. Suspension and interior camera? Hey, there is an interior camera. Okay. I still think a 3 is good for that one. Because it's still the same sort of thing. All it is just translating node position. You know what? There is actually a little bit more to it than that on the rear. So we'll go all 4, like, as a total. Like a 3.5 plus a 0.5 sort of thing. Because you also have to move, like, the wheel stuff as well with the suspension, I believe. Yep, 2 steam horsepower, which is about 9 modern horsepower. What? Interestingly, 2CV stands for 2 horsepower. Really? This was rated accordingly to the ancient tax horsepower formula, calculated according to engine capacity and had no relationship at all to it. Oh, interesting. Big French stereotypes here? Sure. Unless I hear otherwise. Realism and commonality. Not common. Fairly realistic. So we'll go like an 8 on that one. With a full fill score of 72. There's a few 10s here where I don't think I've ever given 10s before. 2CV is a badass car. I don't like it, my opinion though. Isn't a badass like a good thing? Do you mean dead ass a bad car? I don't know. 2CV were very common. To one country maybe, and maybe a few others, but not to anywhere else. I don't think I have ever seen a 2CV in real life. Also, by commonality, I mean the commonality of these design traits. Like the suspension, the oversteering nature, the incredibly soft suspension. Only a few car companies ever did that, and usually they only did it in like really old times and dropped it by about like the 40s, 50s sort of time period. So that's what I'm going by like a commonality. One car being common, it'd have to be incredibly ubiquitous for that to actually count. Good score? I mean, I think it's okay. 72 is not bad. Badass usually means cool. Yeah, I thought so. Fun fact, here in Portugal, we still call horsepower CV. It stands for cavalos, or horses in English. Oh, okay then. Kind of like the same derivative word of cavalry. To Vive la France. Vive la France. Badass means cool is it's. It's not a thing, bro. Anyway, nice score. I think it did pretty well. Let's look at the next car, which is a drag car. I know we're in America, but I think we're going to go to an even more quintessentially American place, which is West Coast USA, and to a drag strip. No, it's bad, not a cool car. You said badass, and badass usually means cool. I think badass, I don't know the exact etymology of the word, but originally it would be used to design a, describe a hero or protagonist of a story. Usually more like a anti-hero than hero, but you get the idea. Alright. Hopefully they've done what I said and put in the descriptors for this vehicle. Does it update? No. F5. Sorry, not descriptors. Instructions for this vehicle. Okay, note to Phil. All the interior things that fall out of because for some reason it's... I already explained that like 15,000 times. The right config is the system default one. Just respawn the car and select the one that says default in the menu. So... Control R? No. Wait, do they start on the ground? They start on the ground. I feel you've made a bit of an error here. And then you said load default. That is weird. I have never seen that work before. What the hell? That has never worked before. Huh. So that means the transmission is now correct and everything? Engine. Transmission. 4-speed sequential. Reverse. Oh, sorry, rear-wheel drive. This is... Okay, yeah, cool. Interesting. Okay. I have never seen that work. That is strange. Welcome, Terms. Hey Phil, can you check the Reddit post? The front drag car, no, like, go into the manual unload. Yes, okay, cool. Interesting. Hopefully the rear suspension is incredibly soft. It is. Oh my god! That's a lot of power. Give me a second. I'll be back in a bit. Ah, I feel more refreshed now. How did the car get here? Don't whinge, Pippa. No whinging, please. Alright. By the way, it's better to launch from the red line. That way it's more stable. Really? I think most people don't realize you cannot steer with the front wheels off the ground. Yeah, I know. No idea how I got up there. Alright, let's give it a red line launch. More stable, huh? It is knee-jerk reaction to try to steer, though. You really do have to feather the throttle to make sure it doesn't go way over to one side. Alright, I think I got this down pat. Let's give it a try. That's good. Alright, I don't know what a Pro Tree is, so we'll leave that. What have I missed? I was having dinner? Just the 2CV, the coolest car I think I've ever come across. No, like, wait a bit. I don't know why it leans to one side. Don't know, bro. Probably gonna manage the throttle more carefully. Yeah. Race the Drags Barstow? Oh, I mean, I could have. But we'll maybe see how it goes first. Why is my throttle not working? The hell? My throttle's not working. What's going on? What? Driver is asleep. Like, all it does is move the PSI a little bit to negative. Press the start button again. Alright, let's refresh the car. Something weird just happened. It's doing it again. Oh, no, it's not doing it again. Okay. That was very weird. Why are they not moving? It works if you press it 2 times, I don't know why. Welcome, Lorik. I think we're going to abandon this one. Abandon, and we will bring out the Barstow, as you said, because it won't let me start until, the vehicle is there on the line with me. Don't pick the vehicle yet, we wait a second, don't we? Somebody said the Barstow. Is this the... I don't think this is the fastest drag car, is it? Which one is the drag? Oh, here we go. The drag car? Okay. beamng being beamng AI. I think there's something wrong with the coding in the vehicle. God damn it. There we go. No! Turn on! And now it's doing that thing again. God damn it! How do I There we go. Restart. Okay. What a pain so far. Try that again. There we go. Okay. What was that? Okay, this time it launched in a straight line as well. That's weird. 7.5. Why did it take so long? Was it not in gear? It's in gear. Oh, no. Oh, that's why it does it. Okay, they're on the line. It's because it started in reverse for some reason. Okay, when doing competition launch, it launches much straighter. Weird. 6.7 seconds. That is an incredibly fast car. People say Australia is the continent of saying bad words, which I don't mind if you're an adult. When then sure you could say bad words, but what if you're a kid? That's messed up. Parents teach their kids to not swear most of the time. I mean, there's a few bogans, but I'm assuming those bogans exist everywhere. Like rednecks, trashy people, white trash, all that sort of stuff. Yeah, like, you kind of swear around them, but you tell them not to swear. Like, they generally don't until they get to their, like, 20s. The Moonhawk is the fastest, but the Moonhawk isn't as fast as I thought. I will. It will not beat your car. You mean this car? Also, welcome Harrison Reynolds. Just ignore, not a thing, because they are just being completely random and aren't the greatest at English, which makes it even worse. Revved it up in reverse? Yeah, I picked up on that. I'm a bit of an idiot, because I was holding brakes, I forgot. Yeah. Alright. Let's retry with a different foe, as it states. What was it, the Moonhawk? Where's the Moonhawk? Really, it's the Moonhawk? I thought it was that vehicle. Is this really faster? I wouldn't have thought so. Indestructible Axe, how's it going? I went for dinner with the family. When I came back, the internet exploded. Drag cars hard to drive? Yeah, drag cars are a little bit hard to drive. Oops. Got caught sleeping at the line. Yep, much faster than that. 7.3. Okay. Not bad. Now, let's exit the mission and see how this car just drives. Yeah, see your front wheels are locking up like way too easily? Yeah, you did not need that. Now, parachutes are possible. Though it's a little bit complicated. What you would do is you would create a mesh of beams, triangles... nodes, beams, and triangles at the back of the vehicle. You would create a custom keybind to then release said nodes from being restrained with other beams or whatever. And those triangles would have... I like how this thing has like a terrible turning circle. That's great. I love it. Those triangles would have a lot of drag on them. A lot of drag. And then what would happen is they would start pulling backwards on the car. I've seen it done really shittily previously. It was basically just an animation that they had. Yeah. I'm good, how are you? Try the drag scintilla? No, I'm good. It isn't faster? Okay. I started watching your Formula V races, and will there be a season 2 of it? Odd I can call it like that? What? No, there won't be another season of Formula V. Formula V is done for now. Instead, there will just be other build-in races that we do instead. Handbrake is not very good. Understeer is drastic. It's as if you haven't made a good road car. Oh, look at that. You've edited the maximum amount of steering angle as well. Very nicely done. Yikes. Can't you just import the beamng parachute from the rocket bus? Wait, there's a parachute on the rocket bus? I didn't know that. Is that a relatively newer kind of thing, like within the last couple of years? Bus. Rocket bus. Max height, default height, kneel right, kneel left, toggle JTO. I don't think there is a parachute option. Are you mistaken? Are you thinking of somebody's mod that they made of a vehicle, maybe? Let's try the Ram bus, then. It looks like it has JTO on it, yeah. I don't see any parachute on here, and there's no keybind for the parachute. Welcome, Epic Demand. How's it going? Yeah, I don't know how to do a parachute, probably with a jet engine 20... That's not how I would do it. I would actually create an actual mesh of beams and triangles. People say I'm a YouTuber, but I'm not. I don't know why they say why they would judge me for that reason. And I do have 14. What are you even talking about? What? The turning circle at least better than a Hummer. Yeah, sure. Could you maybe turn down the music? Oh, is the music a bit loud, is it? I think it's maybe just the game is very quiet. So I think we might turn the music down and then turn everything up. I wanted to say if I can call it like that. Sure, I am. It's crazy version. Oh, my bad. Sorry, didn't do. Yeah. Cool. There are some parachute mods out there. The one which I looked at apparently was a bad one, and it was just a really shitty thing. I wonder. To get the correct vehicle brought out, I believe what you're looking for is info.json, if I'm not mistaken. No? I don't know what you've done, actually. I don't know how that became an issue. But if there was anything, I would have thought it would have been in the info.json. Ah, you know what? Mods. Multiplayer. Turn that off. Wait, is it still doing the glitch? Alright, why is it still doing the glitch? This is meant to go away when you turn beamng off. All deactivated though. Would it be this? Damn it, no, I can't seem to fix this. What about Control L? Will Control L fix this issue? Okay, Control L does fix the issue. Control R now. That's probably not actually the way to do it. Vehicle does not contain... No, that's not what we need. Mesh... Disc grip... Also, this is the tilde key I'm pressing. Just put that in there so I know that one. Let's try reloading the car. Error string, console, expression near, fatal lure error. An attempt to index global... What? Main line at the end. I think this is some sort of multiplayer thing. Alright, yeah, I don't know how to fix your issue, bro. Let's just go in, load the default. Yeah. Really, really cool vehicle. We do have an interior, right? We have steering wheel, we have pedals, we have shifter stuff, I'm assuming. Though the shifters aren't working by the looks of it. Handbrake's working. The vehicle might be too brutal. Yeah, no, it doesn't look like your shifter's working. Alright, then just a simplified field score, because it is a race car. There's a lot to like here. Also, the fact that I just noticed, you can see the engine in here. That's pretty cool. That I like. Do you have like a really big boost gauge? Like an extra big boost gauge would have been just so cool. I like this. And I'm assuming you're using a supercharger mod as well. So we have a lot of modification here. I kind of want to give it like a 9 out of 10. I'd give it more, but it is only a one-trick pony sort of vehicle. A lot of your score is coming from the J-beam editing that you've done that is so cool. And also the fact that you've made an actually decent-looking vehicle in automation for beamng. I once thought about starting making cars in automation, but I'm holding myself kinda and didn't even buy it. Fair enough. If you want to start making cars and not feel bad about yourself, automation does really well from like the 1960s until the late 90s, early 2000s sort of time period. Like, that is the sweet spot for automation making cars. Outside of there, designing cars becomes a little bit trickier, and especially new cars become really tricky. You gotta restart the game when turning off BeamMP. I mean, I made it work. It's better just spawn the default one. It's just twin turbo, not a supercharger mod. Fair enough. I mean, I like this. Oh wait, is this actually... Sorry, it's turbo, not super. I don't actually know what you've got in here. Engine. No, it is just the turbocharger. You don't have a supercharger on here. My bad. Sorry. I just assumed that being a drag car would have been a supercharger. You can do modern stuff, but it requires a lot of skill and patience. Yes. A lot of practice is like number one. Numero uno. And also being able to know how to learn as well is very important. This is very underrated. That comes from a good school background. When I was at school, they did not teach me how to learn. All they did was just tell me things, copy this down off the board. That was the main way of doing things. Or just have a look at your textbook, just do what the textbook says. That was the majority of studying. And because of that, I didn't ever really know how to study things until I went to university. And university taught me how to learn, which was so goddamn important. Oh my god. Welcome, Aj Maypaula. Maypalo. I'm just gonna call you Aj. Or Aj? Probably Aj. Yeah, I really do like this car. There's a lot to like. Very fun to drag, but it is only just one thing. Lots of cool J-beam editing as well. Hey, we now have a Formula 1 car, and they've taken a picture of it on Spa. So let's go to Spa Frankenchops. There we go, Spa Frankenchops. That's why I hated math in school? Yeah. I think that's in most countries, apart from, like, top-scoring European countries, yeah. It was fun messing with J-beams for the first time, surprisingly easy with some spare time. Yeah, once you understand the basics of a lot of different things, modifying things becomes a lot easier. The only things that aren't easy still are custom digital screens, like actually like making the screens yourself. Those things are near unfathomable. And custom key inputs. Those two things are stupid. You can get better at them, and they do get easier as attested by Groundhog. But I myself look at it, and because it's incoherent, learning it for me is incredibly hard. They didn't give me interior or interesting or engaging problems. Just hear math, do math. Yeah, that's pretty much how they used to do things. You're from Estonia. Oh, interesting. F1 car. Let's have a look at the instructions for the F1 car, which I believe is number 1 on the list today. Yes, it is. Okay. 16 upvotes. Prototype following the main 2022 regulations information in the comments. Hey Phil, I don't think I will be able to join the stream. Who's this by? The Crysic Ben. Okay then. I hope you will find all the information you want here. After 7 months of work, I can finally officially share this car. The EMG VKP22 Viking Prototype 2022, the successor to this car, open-wheeler prototype. So they haven't called a Formula 1. Interesting. As fast as a Viking around a track. Vikings are slow. It's slower on the straights, but will catch up with its better brakes and higher cornering speed. The VKP is also way easier to drive thanks to the more balanced aero and way better chassis. Here is a list of information. Should give you most of them before you start driving it. You can use it on a track of your choice, but I recommend avoiding Monaco. Going around this track with a 3-meter wheelbase is not fun, and the risk of rollover is high. See known issues, apparently. My personal recommendations are the Nordschleife, Spa, and Pikes Peak. But the 22 is also perfectly usable on vanilla BeamNG tracks. The Joke configuration can be used on any map, or asphalt, or on dirt roads. Just avoid the big jumps. The Joke configuration, gamepad, pass, box 21 F1 specs, keyboard demo. Magnus? What? That's an all-wheel drive? Okay. F1 official specs is what we've got, and apparently it's good for any key controllers. Joke Rally. Okay. Unlimited. Good for wheels, and unlimited electronic. I almost wish I had my steering wheel for this. We'll start with this one for gamepad, and then we'll try actually the gamepad demo version of this car. God, there's a lot to read here. I'm dyslexic. You are hurting. You are mean to me. Asphalt dirt, just avoiding big jumps. As long as you are using configuration adapted to gamepad controllers, you should not need ESC. Every configuration has in-game description to give you the main specs of the specific configuration. The official F1 specs is the default configuration is adapted to gamepad use. However, you have to know that this configuration doesn't have a single electronic assistant, no ESC, no ABS. Because of that, it will let you feel the true balance of the 22. You can find the interior camera, 2 nose cameras, and 2 TV camera angles. Oh. So here we got the, Oh, your car is not finished, bro. You want to know how I know your car is not finished? You've unfortunately got a no material issue. Oh, so close. Now your car gets 0 out of 10. No. You'll notice in the F1 games, they make this part here transparent or translucent, or whatever you want to call it, because stereo vision will go around this, and it'll be almost invisible to real-life drivers. I can kind of forgive it, but yeah, I know that there is a way to make it when you change camera positions, it'll also change... you can also change, I think, material or model designs or something like that. I can't exactly remember. I don't know how they did it, but that was the thing that I remember. They didn't give interesting or engaging problems, just... Wait, I already read that one. It's supposed to be... Edge spelled out like okay? What? AJ. Oh, okay then. Finland is best school in the world. If you say so. I don't know. Hey, there's the TV camera one that I know so well. Nose cam too. There's no, like, helmet cam. Phil, nice bow tie. Thank you very much. I take great pride in my bow tie. Alright, huge mechanical grip. Because of that, it can roll over for no reason at low speed with any kind of tire compound. That seems to be a problem with cars in BeamNG. I don't exactly know how to fix that. I think maybe less tire grip and more downforce grip. The wheels tend to, but then again, downforce is also not great in beamng. beamng's downforce model is not great. It's one of the worst. The wheels tend to shake when they lose grip. It doesn't impact the handling. Oh, okay. Is that for all-wheel drive models or for all? The custom sound is not perfect. The car is too light for an F122. The minimal authorized weight is that much weight, and it weighs... You could have just added extra heavy nodes maybe around for, like, ballast. Who knows? Chassis. It uses Ekai... Rigida. Okay, then. The mesh is not 100% done, but any other modification of the node position makes the car unstable? I think they meant unstable? Okay. Modification, I'm assuming they mean if you crash it. Very likely was made by White Void, not me. What? Oh, livery, sorry. I thought that said likely. I'm dyslexic. Custom livery paintable, you just have to open beamng customization menu. Interesting. Engines. Like real F1 cars, it uses hybrid turbo. Interesting. Each configuration uses its own power output thanks to special turbo. It also has alternative turbo, 1.9 liter inline 9, just for the joke. Okay? They can be tuned to become more powerful. For example, you can start with 800 kilometers an hour at what? Oh, horsepower, sorry. At 0 kilometers and end up with 1400. Oh dear. Transmission, the race configurations use an 8-speed sequential transmission with a completely reworked shift logic. Oh, interesting. Okay, the gearbox ratios are approximately matched on the ones in the Alpine, blah, blah, blah. There's a lot to read here. The joke uses 6-speed sequential tires. Of course, the tires are not standard. It's impossible to have this kind of performance with automation tires. Rally tires use friction coefficient. Soft, slick tires use 1.35. That's actually not much more. Okay. Friction coefficient is not the only thing I have edited on the tires. I also reworked the structural stiffness of the tires. Nice. That's something I've had to do with my top speed car as well. Making them less rigid than automation tires to get a more realistic feeling. But I probably made them too soft. I think the rollover issue comes from this point. Nah, maybe. I don't know. Brakes, I hope you are ready for 5 to 6 G of deceleration. Oh my god. God, this is such a long thing. Aerodynamics uses custom-made, fully tunable aero model. The official F1 specs configuration produces up to 2.1 tons of downforce. Nice. At 300 kilometers according to beamng. Oh, I thought they were saying that this is how much F1 cars create, but this is what they create. They keep it very vague on how much their cars generate in downforce-wise in F1. Specifically because they don't want people to understand what it is they're trying to do with their cars. The Unlimited and HM configuration is one of the biggest aero load, produced 2.7 tons. Electronics, some configurations are equipped with ESC adapted for the needs of the kind of car. The joke is equipped with ABS for obvious reasons. I think that is all the important things to know. God damn, okay. Dyslexic person has finished reading. Yeah, the tires really do jiggle. Alrighty. Yeah, this doesn't have the highest top speed, but it does get to top speed rather quickly. I feel as if that probably shouldn't have tried to take that corner quite so easily. Usually, you're on like the limits of grip, but I don't know about F1. I just know in GT3 it's like a problematic corner. Oh my god, did you see that braking? Ah! This is interesting. They didn't change the sliding coefficient though. It feels fairly good. It feels a bit munted at top speed though. This thing gets like to its top speed and just sticks there. Like, really brutally just goes, yep, done. Something about it feels a little bit numb, though. I think... You know what I think a lot of the issue is? I think a lot of the issue is the sound. To be honest. It sounds like it's only increasing by like 2,000 RPM. It starts off with like a high revving sort of sound, and then doesn't get more vicious as it gets louder. Whoop, didn't take that corner right. God, the brakes on this are brutal. I feel like the brakes are almost too good. Official F1 spec is not F1 spec, it's too light Mercedes report to FIA. Oh, getting in Nicky Lauda on that. I'm stupid because I always thought the one... Yeah, you guys are talking about rotaries now. Does it sound like an actual F1 V6? I'm impressed. Does it? I'm pretty sure also the Wankel rotary is also German. God, the brakes on this are brutally efficient. I'd have to actually watch a hot lap of Spa to know, like, braking points, though. I think we might actually break out a hot lap. God, this thing turns way too easily. Also, I feel as if you could have changed your rear geometry on the suspension. So, one issue I have with automation suspension is the, arms of the suspension are incredibly short. So when you're starting to get like downforce and compressing the car, tires get a lot of camber very quickly. So what you could have done is move these nodes inwards a lot, but then you'd have to like use more beams to attach them because it loses its like ability to stay rigid in the middle. Yeah, that's the thing you could have done there. The other thing you really should have done is, I know that you've got a decent collision mesh here. You should have actually made the collision mesh match the entire car. And I can't really stand by this collision mesh. It's clean, mostly, but... Okay, sadly gonna go have a good stream. Okay, thank you, Lorek, for hanging around for so long. I want automation to add the ability to make rotary engines. I doubt that that's going to be on their list. On their short list, but I'm pretty sure that that's one that they're considering. What the hell is this video? Quintessentially British TikToks. I don't even like looking at that one. It just looks weird. What are we looking for? F1 Spa hot lap. Okay. Let's have a quick look. Do we have an IRL one? Is this real? It's on with Charles Leclerc. So expect crashes. Okay, starting in the hot lap. Braking point is rather short, actually. Yeah, okay. Going quite slow around there. And then this one, you do have to get it fairly right. It feels like it's on the edge of its grip. So I feel that this thing maybe has a little bit too much traction. It has to be a little bit harder to do that. What that is too much downforce on your car. Don't know what sort of speeds we're reaching. And then the braking point here for this car is halfway down the rumble strip. What is the RPM limit of these new V6 engines? Because that doesn't sound like it's actually revving very high. The rotary radial is more known for its... What? Anyway. Not on camera. Alright. Let's see if that is the breaking point. That is the breaking point. Okay. I feel as if I was, like, seriously driving this. I could brake even later with the wheel. Yeah, so one of the issues I have with the collision mesh is, one, it gets really jank, but... Oh. Wait, is that where it ends? Oh, that is actually where it ends. Yeah. That's kind of a bit of an issue. Is there nodes at the front? No, there's not. Weird collision mesh then. Maybe the walls collision mesh are not correct. Also, denting gets a bit weird if you have the nodes in the wrong place. Though, you know what? That's actually not too bad. Around 12 to 14k? Oh, really? So they're not up to, like, 18,000 RPM anymore. They don't have RPM limits in the regulations, if I remember correctly. They horsepower limit amount of fuel so the cars don't even rev to 10k. Open your eyes, look up to the sky and see what? What are you talking about? This is just a really good handling vehicle. Is there DRS? I don't see any, like, the key binding button up in the top right of the screen isn't there. So I'm assuming there's no custom keybinds. I'm breaking on my GT3 braking markers. This car is really fast around corners. But yeah, as you said, the straight line speed is quite low. I really feel as if this thing would go over 200 miles per hour if I'm not mistaken, right? Modern F1 top speed. 370, yeah. It feels like it would go way over 300. Also, yeah, as I said, the audio is not great. No, that's wrong buttons. Also, you do need to have your collision mesh cover up the wing or get close to it. If you notice, sometimes the livery on the back here gets a little bit jacked up. That's because there's ever so slight movement in these nodes here, and that node is then being telescoped out to here. Kind of like trying to look through a telescope at something, and you're like only holding like one end of it. It gets really hard to like get good control, like because it's really way off where the end of the telescope is. Similar sort of thing here in that sort of analogy. Get it closer, or at least covering it up. You live in poor country? Welcome, Pyromanis. I mean, you have internet, so it's not the worst in the world. Welcome. I'm sorry that you're not living in something better than a poor country. I think the top speed is setup dependent, so the car is in the downforce setup. Yeah, I would have thought as much. I wonder if they have presets as well. Hey, okay. No, there is no other thing. Let's go Control E. Let's go with the gamepad one. Oh, this one turns in really sharp. And actually has a lot of stability. Once again, you're getting the rear camber sort of issue. Also, there's no porpoising. So that's a big failure. There's a little bit of bumpiness on the roughness of the road. Oh, yeah. It feels a lot more brutal, but it also feels so much more... Oh, because it's got ESC. I was about to say, it was so much more controllable. But I don't think the ESC is actually doing anything. Handbrake doesn't work. And they have internet that's good enough for a live stream. I mean, I believe YouTube gives you the ability to play back in 144p, right? So, I mean, they could be watching from a library. Who knows? This thing is just bonkers. Okay, let's try out the joke and leave it at that. I also feel as if this is not meant to be a different color like that. If that's not meant to be like that, watch my video on... Oh, what's it called? I can't even... My brain isn't working right now. My VOD stream of making the Sharknose F1 Ferrari from the 60s. What's the second one, not the first one that glitched out? Oh, actually, you know what? You could watch either of them. There's a lot of troubleshooting in there, and I think what's happened here is you needed to reset your vectors for that. You know they have it good when Phil can casually drive modern F1 Castle Street. Oh, you're a dick. Also, this is rigid. I'm pretty sure that's not meant to be rigid. There's a lot to like here. I like a lot of this. Let's try the joke one out. The joke rally. Is it meant to be for rally or for... I mean, it's got off-road tires on it. Or is the joke that it's meant for rally? You know what? For some reason, this feels like a wipeout, or like a wipeout vehicle. That's weird. That's very strange. You're Slav? I'm assuming that's Slavic? Also, my English bad and live in East Europe. Okay. The true question is the car better than Phil's BT46? I can break the BT46 out again. It's almost completely finished now. There's only a few other little things I want to tweak on it. The front wheel is getting lift. Okay. The BT46 is dangerous. I will just say that right now. Changing gears? Really problematic. Since this thing works so well, what I might also do is go in and reduce the amount of downforce thrust, because this thing creates so much downforce thrust. Oopsie daisies. Immediately an issue. But yeah, it's got a moving fan in the back now, which is probably getting butchered by the compression ratio. It doesn't scrape and bottom out anymore. I fixed a little bit of suspension geometry issue that it used to have. And there are a few other little things that were also not so great on it. I think I just want to clean up the collision mesh a little bit. That's more like what a Formula 1 car should do if you don't take it right through Eau Rouge and Radeon. I love my F1 car. But yeah, it's not about my car, it's about their car. It still folds in the middle, which is a thing I want to fix. I really want to fix that. Phil is a good driver, just allergic to Parmalat car. Let's go take this Rally 1 to a rally stage. I kind of want to take it to the automation test tracks area, but also, do we have better dirt tracks? I mean, there's kind of Utah. Let's take it to Airfield, do a little bit of off-roading with the joke one. Parmalat intolerant? A little bit, yeah. Oh, Utah. Take it to the Legrand circuit? Nah, I'm good. Joke rally. You know what? I probably should have taken it to the done the ultimate as well. Oh dear. Ah! You know what? This thing doesn't have a great moment of inertia. Collision mesh? Yeah, still so I feel for this car, having such a long wheelbase, it doesn't pivot very well. You have to give it every advantage it's got. So maybe go in and narrow up the collision mesh on this. At least it does the bouncing quite nicely. That's almost an issue. God damn it. You know, it's not the greatest off-road car I've ever driven. Why is the resolution changed to 144p? Because that's what you got the setting at? Wow. I don't think I've ever caught gravel specs close to the camera like this in pause before. That looks cool. Oh. Does it rotate with the camera? It does. That's lame. It looked very good. I suppose I just didn't pick up. Oh, there's 2 planes of it here. Alright. Not gonna lie, this seemed like a fun idea. Not really. It's as if a Formula 1 body, with its length and narrowness, is not really good for rally. And massive amounts of downforce on a rally car, probably also not like a normal sort of thing to have. Considering that no matter what, you have to go slow through corners anyway in a rally car. And then all you want to do is accelerate really fast in a straight line. Sure, you might get a little bit of traction out of it. But, yeah. Oh, no. Ah! End over end. Brutal, bro. I also feel as if they turn, like, the dirt traction way, way up. Reminds me of Renault... Oh, sorry, the Red Bull F1 car on Snowvid. Oh, I don't think I've ever seen that one before. Cinematic, autofocus, okay. You know what? I want to try something out. There is a jump around here. Where is that? There it is. Okay. Let's try the jump out in this car. See if the downforce just pushes us down immediately. No. What? Weird error model. It did stop us, and we started to go backwards. What was that? Why did it take so long to fall over? Nissan think that's how aerodynamics should work. And that's why I think beamng's aero model is jank. And why the automation devs decided to do away with beamng's aero model and just made their own. Stall angle probably? Yeah, kind of. F1 space program? Almost an F1 bottle challenge? What? What do you mean an F1 bottle challenge? I don't know what that means. Alright, because I'm using only just a controller and I'm not an amazeballs driver with a controller, we're not going to gain a lot of speed before a corner, but we're going to go a little bit faster and see how much we can push this. And it becomes too bouncy. Great. Whatever. One last jump, and then we'll just give it a simplified full score. This is a race car. Oh, I can control the pitch a little bit by using the inertia of the wheels. Interesting. Nope, I blew my inertia load too early. Let's try that again. No, I think I did that a little bit too late now. And a little bit of pitch? No, okay. Try that one last time because I didn't get off the power soon enough. God damn it. Too bouncy. Okay, alright. Come on. And... Huh. Oh! Almost got it to pitch properly. It's still drivable. Yes, still drivable. Like speak? No, I'm good. Well, by the way, why don't you like shifting on controller? It just doesn't feel right. I'm left-handed. You know what? I think that's a lot to do with it. I don't want to shift with my left hand because I'm not used to it, and using my right thumb to shift just doesn't feel great. It's just weird. Because I'm also using my left thumb for steering. I don't think I could steer with my right thumb. It's the dexterity, my lack of dexterity. Sorry, bottle flip challenge. Oh, the bottle flip challenge. Okay, then. Now I get you. Full fill score. I feel there were a few shortcuts taken, like the collision mesh, but there was also a lot of really cool stuff done. I think it feels really underwhelming with the flat-sounding engine. I want to get back onto a road. I don't know, just the engines do feel actually quite unsatisfying. I don't know how else to describe it. Especially at higher RPMs. What you really want to hear is kind of like a bit of a scream with an engine when you start getting up to the red line. Woo! Drifter! No. Even though it's got like such a long wheelbase, it still wants to drift just a little too much. There we go. Bitumen road again. Bitumen. I always use bumpers above the triggers for shifting. Sure. But I use my clutch and handbrake. Regular buttons are awful in shifting. Okay. Everyone has discovered F1 Rock Climbing Edition. I don't think F1 V6 screamed that much. Yeah, I know. But this starts sounding really flat at the top end, which makes it really hard to like feel that you're going faster, because sound is very important for the sense of speed. Alright, let's try the unlimited. Ever so quickly. Though these are both recommended with wheels. I'm going to go to the one with electronics. And yes, I know that the Scream is more known for being like a V10 thing than anything else. What speeds are we reaching this now? Still mutes out at top speed. Kinda struggling to reach 300. I looked away for a second. Blah. 2000's F1 V12 missing 6 cylinders, if you say so. Got WRC F1 Rally Championships is the new cool thing. Oh, forget WRC. Okay then. Sorry about that. 90s F1 V12, I think? What? For the sound? If you say so. Man, it looks like it's got a turbo on it. Actually feels really fun to drive it up here. If only I was not shit at driving sometimes. Ah! Alright. What the hell? It's stuck to the side of the thing, moving at like 16 kilometers an hour. What was that? Did you see that? It went like, whoop. It's like falling sideways onto the mountain. What is that? Anyway. 9? I don't know. It just feels... It's fast. Feels a little bit unrealistic with too much grip. Maybe that's too much aero, I don't know. It feels a little bit muted and unsatisfying to drive. But it also is incredibly easy to drive. Like, really, like, being able to just, like, whack out a car and just drive it, a lot of fun. I feel as if there was also some shortcuts taken, like the collision mesh. But overall, I do like it, which is why it's still getting a 9 out of 10. Ah! I can't understate how difficult it is to make a mid-engine super-powered car. Because what is this, like 1400 horsepower, I think they kind of hinted at? Actually handle well from automation. I know that they did some tweaking, but that actually is a part of the work. And that is really hard to do. With super downforce as well. Like, super downforce becomes often very jank from automation to beamng. Just in beamng in general, because beamng is not great for its aero models. 9 out of 10 is the new 8 out of 10? This is better than an 8 out of 10. An 8 out of 10 would be like, they just made it look like it, but the collision mesh was still shared, all that sort of stuff. And they just made it handle okay. This is well above an 8. You know what? One last thing that I want to try. Grid map. Let's take it to half pipe. I just want to see how this thing sticks to walls. I think it mostly comes down to the weight distribution. Straight out of automation, mid-engines come out rather rear heavy. Yes, they do. Do I like the MX-5? Sure. I like it. Is it on a short list of cars that I want to own? Not really. Let's try the unlimited electronics version here. How slow can I go and still have this thing stick to the wall? What was that, like 40? Or 50? $70 kilometers an hour? 70 kilometers an hour is almost enough. Let's try, like... If the traction control is not working. 100? Yeah, 100 does way well. Have they done some jankery? Like, what the hell? How fast do I have to go to drive upside down now? Let's try, like, 130. Ah! Like, About 150. And the thing lifted up for a second. And it's still lifting up. Methinks there might be a smidgen too much downforce. This thing has magnets? Yeah, I know, right? That's what I noticed, and I was like, what the hell? Let's try official F1 spec. I don't like the Mazda RX-8. It looks a bit... Yeah, I agree. Yeah, this thing sticks to the wall way too easily. This thing has less downforce, though. Okay, so this thing will stick to the roof at somewhere around 120-ish. That is way too much downforce. Or, just once again, beamng aero model not being great. You know what? Even less than 120, and this thing will stick to the roof. That is beamng being a bit shit, yes. beamng is not a perfect game. It is little more than a crash physics simulator most of the time. This is a flying F1 car? Yeah, if you have a lot of aero stuff, cars in beamng tend to fly. Let's now... Hey, okay. The Haruna Tempest Turbo. Let's go see if they have a suggested map. Whoa. No, that's not the right one. There we go. Okay, 1986. Good year. Japanese car company, the Haruna, released their blah, 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 blah. Getting 12 podiums due to its heavy engine and... What? The car competed in the JTCC from 1987 to 1991. Getting only 12 podiums due to its heavy engine. I mean, that's still a lot of podiums. It was used in the 2001 movie The Rapid and the Raging. Is that meant to be The Fast and the Furious? Okay. Became JDM's fanboy dream car. Automation reckons it cost $30,800. And the only J-beaming done is the engine sounds. Could be a little loud and cockpit cam. Okay, so... This car was heavily inspired by the Mark III Super, except pop-ups are annoying to do well, yeah. Generally, I don't actually use the pop-ups in automation most of the time. I just use a bit of trim lining and make an outline for my own headlights, pop-up headlights. If you put pop-up headlights on this thing, I feel that it would have looked exactly like a 180SX kind of knockoff instead of a Supra. Let's go to... You know what? They were talking about this car being really good. We'll take it to automation test track. This is your car? Hey, it is the Ultimate. Heck, even 4GT has around 55% of weight on the rear. Sounds about right. Okay. Time to do the broom broom pow. Lots of wheel spin. Was this thing all-wheel or rear wheel? Oh, it's just rear wheel. Okay. I mean, if it's the hero car of the, that series, wasn't that car all-wheel drive? I mean, I know what you're going for. You're kind of creating your own universe. And I approve. But there's a reason why they used the car that they did. It's because it wasn't very Japanese. It was actually a very American sort of car, I believe. We didn't get it here in Australia, at least. And the Supra, very rare in America. beamng is doing that weird thing where it's like interfering with my throttle inputs. And I hate it. Feels decent though. Who says physics matter because this car says no? What? Oh, you're still talking about the F1 car. There seems to be a mid-speed understeer issue. So it is quite soft on the suspension. I mean, if it's meant to go to an American market, that is understandable. Understeer is okay. It's a bit sloppy. But that's not the worst thing. Okay, higher speed understeer. I think maybe you've got too much rear downforce. This time we're going to try to take it all the way to the slingshot and see what happens with the slingshot. Very controllable on the oversteer though. Right as I spin. Great, love it. It's supposed to be a GT, so softish suspension. Okay, fair enough. I mean, the Supra always was a little bit wallowy. But I don't know if this amount of wallow is... I know that corner, you do have to, like, maybe... I just thought I was going slow enough. Alright, ban hammerhead. Wait, what is the brake bias in this thing again? So we have, on the front, 2 piston, okay sort of size brakes, and then 1 piston's on the rear. I feel that this thing has way too much front bias on the brakes. Watch my video on brake tuning. Let's see if that helps us out enough. I feel that should be enough. Now, I know that IRL cars have a lot of sort of stuff, but this is a sports car, so... yeah, that's helped us a little bit. Okay, that's better. In testing, I just had to lift on the slingshot. Okay. I remember driving stock Supra in Assetto Corsa, and it was surprisingly... how I was surprised with how boaty it was. Fair enough. I think I've only ever driven modified Supras. Yeah, too much front bias on the brakes still. Let's go ahead. Increase that rear brake power. I'm assuming this thing has ABS. This is probably like what it was just at was probably actually a good safe road tune. Now what I'm going for is a more track orientated brake tune. Okay. I didn't actually check what speed we were going. Can I get a line right, just to go through there? Also, I like your rear windshield wiper. I don't know if that's the right dimensions, though, and in the right position, however. I don't know. I'd actually have to do a lot of testing to that. 200 kilometers an hour, this should be able to do it at full throttle without lifting. Yeah, 200 kilometers an hour is not that fast. Bavarian Bend. For Bavarian Bend and off-camber corner, still too much front bias brakes. But this is meant to be a road car, not a race car. And as you said, a GT car. Now we'll actually get to be able to tell how the brakes really handle, because I feel that this is just a really great corner for that. Now it's 75 kilometers an hour. Yeah, that feels actually, you know what? I think we're now at a road tune for brakes. It looks like a Skyline from the front. Did you try to get more rear brakes, though? What? When we were driving... what? As they said, the Marks 3 Supra is what they based it on. The rear I can really tell. The front, not even close. I personally wouldn't have used a body that has a separator here, like this, like a body line separation. I would have actually just used a normal body and then created the indent myself. Because it is a very specifically designed indent that like really capture the essence of Supra, to be honest. Also, Panda Supras, best Supras. Was it like the AJ30? Was the name of the car? I can't remember. No. MK3 Supra. Yeah, very well-defined line around here. Very specific, and it goes into a trim sort of line. There we go. That color scheme, the best Supra. Like, you can have your silvers, your blacks, your reds, champagne. Ugh, gross. Even if it is a ute. Just that Panda. Oh, love it. Looks like an older gen Sora. Toyota Sora. That? Yeah, I'd actually put it in between that and an R32. The front looks like a Toyota Sora Z20. Ah, okay. I think the chassis code for Mark III is the A70. Okay, then. This car is almost there. I think you've got too much rear downforce. I know that if you were to remove downforce, what you might get is lift, but I think that would be arguably better. Try reducing the rear wing angle a lot. Also, in a lot of this sort of time period, they were trying out a lot of different things, and that included really tricky aero. So I think what you might have been able to do and get away with is stick a little bit of a splitter on the front there and just kind of hide it away. I think would have been absolutely godsend to get like a little bit more traction on the front at high speeds. What engine do we have again? That's right. And then line 6. When does the turbo kick in? Should it kick in like about like 3.5 to 4,000 RPM probably. But the turbo kicks in way too early. Look at that. Nothing, nothing. And there we go. We're at like 2,500 RPM and the turbo kicks in. You know what? Let's go into full control mode. Yeah, your turbo comes in way too early for these sorts of vehicles. Active aero lip from the... Wait, was it on the R31 as well? I thought so. Actually, you know what? I think I do know that, yeah. Looks like the 1995 Acura NSX. You mean the Honda NSX? Except they changed the body a little? I don't see it. Is it possible to create a car in automation with so much lift it takes flight? Yeah. Previously at least. I don't know about now. The problem is once you take off the ground, you're no longer creating propulsion, so it's immediately going to start slowing down, which will move you downwards. I had a few times where I had cars with so much downforce, I would come over this slip right here with a huge amount of power, and the car would take off. Because it'd, like, launch it. Also, some real detail, the front license plate indent is custom. Let's have a look. This is a weird song. Ah. Okay. Nice. Well done. I approve. Indicators so close to each other. That feels weird. Okay, indicators, apparently. Ah. I suppose I've never noticed that. What was it, the A70, I think you said it was? Yeah. Yeah, their indicators are close too. No, I don't like it just white. It needs to be panda. I think that red stripe adds a lot. I want that car. But like good suspension. Okay. I suppose it's time to give this thing a complete fill score. Oh wait, you know what? The Toyota Supra. I'm an idiot. I was thinking of the Mitsubishi at the beginning of the Fast and Furious movie, not the Toyota Supra that came later. I'm a complete idiot. Nobody called me out on that I was talking about the Mitsubishi, was it Eclipse? Yeah. Oh, I'm an idiot. Completely forgot that they had a Supra in that thing. Ah, damn it. You guys suck. How could you let me make that mistake? Welcome, Tuba. How's it going? Or Tub 3er. The song sounds like some you'd hear in Gran Turismo Dealer. Yeah, a little bit. Indiclator. Yep. I'm taking inspiration from that one character from... Oh, what's his name? What's the show name? Police show, comedy, Andy Samberg, Brooklyn Nine-Nine. That one guy that's spelling out his name, and then it's like, Clay. And they're like, what? Did you just say Clay? That's not even a letter. Is the car V6 powered or is it inline 6? Inline 6, yes, very much. Alrighty. Full fill score. Styling. Not gonna lie, you've chosen not a great body. Also, it looks like you've flared out the front, which just looks wrong for the rest of the design. It makes it look a lot more R30-ish than... Yeah. Also looks disproportionate the front to the rear, kind of because the rear slowly comes out, but this one really quite quickly comes out. So it just doesn't feel right. As for the rest of the design, it looks okay. I feel you could have made the indicators a bit narrower. I like that you got the extra little lights down there, the extra little vent down there. You've got a lot of cool detail. A little bit of a hood detail. Sunroof wouldn't have gone amiss. Your trim line that you've got here, if you're trying to go like a Supra, doesn't continue down the like middle of the bumper. As you see here, it kind of goes at like the top area of the bumper. On the rear, oh, you know what? No, it does kind of like... But it is so thick and whatnot. I feel as if it's just not really represented very well in here. It just doesn't look right without it. I feel as if this choice of body probably should have had a trim line go down along the thicker part of the bumper. Because here, there's even a bit of a detail line here. On this one, you don't have a detail line on the bumpers at all. Which is a bit disappointing. Let's have a look on the front. Is there a detail line on the front of the area? No. But it's also very small. Alright. The exhaust looks very small. Exhausts on these things were very small. And also very subtle and hidden away. See? Not actually that big. Yeah, so I should get back styling 6 out of 10. Like, you got all the details there, but that'll go into the je ne sais quoi. Acceleration. 6. It feels a little bit slow, especially in the top end. A little bit gassed. The realism is gonna hurt for how early the turbo comes in as well. Handling. It's about a 6. It's good at like anything except faster speeds. Fun factor. Yeah, it's actually quite fun. Very drifty. Cool factor. It'd probably be quite cool. Trackability. Like a 4. It doesn't have any sort of like moderate or high speed cornering at all. It just feels like way too understeery, especially with the brake setup that it's got by default. In real life, small exhausts look weird on newer cars. Yes. Now they do a lot of design to make the exhaust look cooler. Sometimes over-design. Well, yeah, in your ones it's weird? What? Okay. Features of this car. What, 1986? And not a huge price tag? We have a cassette. Is that meant to be electric mirrors down there? Cool, okay. Cigarette lighter. Cool dash. That's about it. Also, does this windshield wiper... Oh, you know what? Actually, that windshield wiper probably will fit within the entire rear of the window horizontally. 3, because you at least got some electric gadgetry in there. Funky song? Yeah, quite funky. What is this car? It's based on a Supra. Mark III, as said by Tuba there. Or Tub 3er. Comfort, it looked fairly comfortable. What do the seats look like? Yeah, they look fairly plush. Let's go like a 7 on that one. It didn't seem overly wallowy. It just like kind of like almost Rolls-Royce level of like wallowy suspension. And yeah. Quality. Oh, what is this song? I don't know, just some random one from the audio library. This is not funk by True Cuckoo. Sure. Quality, what do we put here? I mean, it's Japanese, so it's pretty good. But it's also probably very plasticky, and by today's standards, probably doesn't feel great. So we'll go like a 7 on that one. It's not great, but it's okay. It'll be quite reliable. Practicality? It's a 2-seater, but a mid-sized trunk. A lot of this is going to be taken up by suspension in the back there because you got double wishbone, right? Yeah. So not the greatest rear boot space, but not also a hatchback. It's bigger than a normal hatchback, but it's also not a station wagon sort of thing. So we'll go like a 4 on that one. You know what, actually a 3 on that one. It's only a 2-seater. Value. What was the price of the car? $30,800. You're only getting 2 seats for that. That is a lot of money to spend on an impractical car. A lot of money. Which is why a lot of sports cars have died out. It's because people just want that little bit more practicality. So we're gonna go 3 on that one, because it's also not incredibly fast. It feels very mid in speed. Actually, you know what? What is it 0 to 100? No. Ah, I pressed the wrong buttons, apparently. What's the name of the thing I'm looking for? Performance timers. That's the one. Okay. Damn it. Ah, damn it. If you don't use full accelerator, the thing won't count the 0 to 100 time. So you have to just fang it. You know what? 6.8 seconds to 100? That is actually decent acceleration. 6 actually feels about right. I kind of want to go 7, but I feel 7 is getting into, like, supercar territory. Was it 6.4? You know what, actually, we'll give that a 7. It just feels really gassed at high end. So, we'll leave it as is. Ongoing costs. It's probably not a very cheap car to run, but it won't be a horribly fuel-thirsty sort of car. You'll probably go through tires. But it's Japanese, so parts will be cheaper if you need to replace anything, but you probably won't need to replace many things. So let's go like a 7 on that one. 1980s cars, not known for being like as good as modern cars on efficiency. J-beam editing, I don't think they said there was any, right? Engine sounds. What are the engine sounds like? It still feels like a very standardized sound, to be honest. Pro Gamer, welcome back. like a 1. I'm guessing you just use the simple thing, which is fair enough. You know what? Yeah, no, 1 is like baseline. Would I buy this car? It's a little bit wallowy, but I would really consider it. It's not as good looking as an actual A70 though. Je ne sais quoi. It has a certain thing about it, so we'll give it like a 4. Realism and commonality. Not very common, but quite realistic. Now, not uncommon in Australia either. So, 7? I feel I want to give it a little bit less. Oh, you know what, actually? The intake manifold and the lack of rear seats will also hurt it. So a score of 82. You know what? Actually, that's a decent score. Automation says 6.10 to 100, but I don't think it was after I retuned the engine. Okay. Maybe a little bit more peak power and a little less off-the-line power. So close to 6.9. beamng should add second inline 6 sounds that sound more RB-ish. I mean, there is a lot of tuning you can do to the sounds to get the sound that you want. The way to think about it is actually a baseline just sound, and you tune the sounds yourself. Trying to get the correct thing, you'd have to be really good at audio, but you can do it. You can kind of achieve that with the diesel i6 sounds though? Really? Oh, okay then. It's an German car. This? No. Anyway, score of 82. Not bad. Not bad. Not bad at all. Let's clear up my UI and try the next vehicle, which is... I don't know what map that is. Is that Hirochi? Yeah, let's go to Hirochi, USA. Which is actually a USA map. You do tune sounds a lot? Okay. There is a lot of different parameters. I have seen a lot happen with their parameters as well. Control E. Bring out this car. Let's have a look at the descriptor of this car. The Heresy Poison V10. Which I'm pretty sure is meant to be a knockoff of their Hennessy Venom. 2020 car, $600,000. Hennessy brand is totally not taking inspiration from Hennessy. Did I say Hennessy? I'm not, whatever. Heresy is an American supercar brand formed in the 80s using modified American V8 power plants. In the early 2000s, the brand decided to make their own car from the bottom up and had a few other models. The Poison is the top of the car line, and using the high tech they have access to the Poison competition. JB Mediting, I have played around with the sounds and a little bit with the power. Working steering wheel, interior camera, and Digi Dash. Specs, a 2.5 litre V10. Wow, that is a very small V10. What year is it meant to be? 2020, okay. So we're past the V10 era. V10s got really popular in the 2000s to like early 2010 sort of time, when V10s were the thing in F1 cars. Otherwise, V10s are not particularly practical. They're just not practical. Which is why you saw a few car companies like BMW do it, but yeah. It didn't really take off much other than that. Yeah, it is a very small V10. Thoughts? I think this car is best on East Coast racetrack or automation. East Coast racetrack? There is no East Coast racetrack. Oh, the automation test track. The Comfort ESC handles better than Sport for some reason. And no, ESC is fun. Okay. Let's first check out the engine nodes. Your engine nodes are still way up here, not way back there. Your rear engine nodes are right here at the beginning of the engine. Fail. No, that's going to take you a massive hit in points. That's a huge hit in points. Changing the engine node placement is not hard. It is actually really, really simple. And I even went over it. All you have to do is change the node position of 8 nodes. And only one number on each one of those nodes. And not by much either. There's also, if you want to know how to do it by eye, you can now go into the engine offset modifier. But that's not the way you sent it to me. So I'm not gonna make the car handle like trash by moving the wheel, the engine all the way over to the rear. Or maybe I'll do that at the end, who knows. Cool sound. There's a little bit of oversteer. Wow, this thing actually handles rather nicely. A little bit of like mid-speed understeer, okay. ESC is kicking my butt right now. It feels like this thing, oh, you know what it is? The ESC. I was wondering, like, it feels like it's starting to oversteer, but it won't keep oversteering, which is a very weird thing. Then I realized this thing had an ESC on. It does not want a handbrake turn either. Maybe the engine was only for looks? I know. But you can't have your cake and eat it too. Come on. Ah. Alright. Feels like there's too much high-speed understeer. Which starts at, like, mid-speed. Which is unusual. This thing feels like it wants to oversteer way too much. Let's just switch this now to sport. As I said, that doesn't handle as good. Immediately, it's not pulling the car in line anymore, and the brakes aren't as good. Okay, it is a DCT and not a sequential or anything, because I have no oh, you know what? Might be the new automatic shifter thing, where you don't have automatic manual, but you don't have control over the clutch. Look at that. It wants to oversteer, but I'm not doing anything, and the thing will just stay in line. Okay, well, then it went around. Alright. Turbo spool, a little... It sounds a little odd. Yeah, that's just automation, unfortunately. Okay, what do we got? Oh, understeer. And then oversteer. Oh, snapback oversteer. I think their handling is not so bad because they went with such a light engine. Though it could have been lighter if you had gone less cylinders, maybe. And being American, I feel as if your way of getting power should have really just been a big engine. There we run into the issues of a short wheelbase. The car just wants to spin a little too easily. Is there too much rear brake bias? Maybe that's what's doing it for me right now? Or doing it against me right now? Oops. This is a peculiar car. Like, it doesn't handle badly, it just is weird. Like, understeer there, which ESC helps out with. Torque vectoring and all that sort of high-level stuff. Whoa. Nice, nice. Ugh, and then, yeah, high-speed instability. I want to take this one to the automation test track so I can actually tell exactly what is happening here, because I'm not as in tune with Hirochi Raceway. Looks good, though, this car. I will give them that. For the most part. The front looks a little bit weird. With, like, this McLaren-esque sort of, like, sort of thing. It's about the only thing that really is in floating my goat right now. Alright, let's leave ESC on, because this thing seems to handle a lot better with it. Does this thing have air on the front? It does, okay. ...120 kilometers an hour is good for a sports car. Isn't the Hennessy Venom all about top speed, though? I don't feel as if this thing has, like, massive top speed. ESC kicking my butt just a little bit. Other than that, though, the ESC is doing a pretty good job. Let's see how it does past the slingshot with ESC on. And then we'll try driving it without ESC and just go, like, pure raw driving, which ESC is a lot better in these configurations because it actually can reduce understeer. Okay. Oh, thing got into a bit of a terminal slide there for a second. I had to open up the steering. Okay. Now let's try it with ESC off. Every time I see ESC, I think of escape key. I don't know why they've put that there. Is this thing all-wheel drive? I can't remember. No, not by the looks of it. Okay. Oh, oversteer. Yeah, that is not brake-induced oversteer. What the hell? Why is there grass growing through the bitumen? Did I do something? I think I may have stuffed up this map because I was doing some map making and I was working off automation a lot. Then I scrapped it anyway. Too much rearward weight bias, even though it's not as rear weighted as it looks. Whoa! Nope! Okay. Nah. This thing is a real dog to drive. Whoa! Oh god. That is super sketch. No, it's American? What is American? I don't know what, not a thing. What? Oh yeah, no, don't engage. They're just rando. Decent top speed though, like 250-ish. I mean, you know what? Actually, you'd want more from a V10. That's a terminal oversteer moment. Yeah. So what you've realized here is, one, wheelbase too short. Two, not enough rear aero to compensate for rear weight bias. Not a bad car with ESC on, but there really is issues with this car, fundamentally. You might have gotten away with using a box in this thing, to be honest. Yeah, you can't go flat out through there. So I will give this thing a fill score now. God, that front does not look as good as the rear. Is there a... I think there might be a bit of a graphical glitch going on here. What's this? No, that's not meant to be cut out. That's actually a thing they put in there. Alright, fair enough. I'd say the side and the rear looks so good. The front looks like you didn't really know what you were going for, so you just added more and more detail. But from the rear of this thing, it looks like a really good car, I will admit. So styling to start off with, we're going to go like a 6 on that one, because the front is a major letdown in my opinion. But that could just be my opinion. Acceleration, pretty good, we'll go a 7 on that one. Handling, 6 on that one. Fun factor, 7. Cool factor, 9. It's a V10 American car, sure, why not. Trackability, 7. Yeah. No. It's not super fast. You know what? We'll go 8 on that one. Track day ability, yeah. A little bit better. Features. $600,000. You're going to want this thing to have everything. Your wind mirror is way too low. We have a lot of mod cons in here. Looks like we got a lot. So probably 9 at least. Probably doesn't have like absolutely everything. Oh, there was this one feature. It was Mercedes' night vision thing. It doesn't have that. I feel stupid for saying that. You know, it'll probably just be a 10. Comfort. It looks fairly brutal, and these seats are really hard to get in and out of, and are very thin. So comfort's going to be like probably a 3. Quality. I'm going to have to give it like a low score here. It's American, so the quality is questionable. They are neither great nor terrible, but it's low production, high powered, small capacity V10. Not going to be particularly great. Practicality. You know, the quality of feel. Carbon fiber, I have felt, doesn't feel great to the touch. I will be honest, I don't know why it's such a fashionable thing. It looks good, but don't put it anywhere where you're going to put your hand, to be honest. Practicality. 2, because it's got 2 seats. Value. Like a 4. You're not getting like super duper high speed. You're not getting super duper handling. The engine is a lie. I just feel as if it's not really as great as what it's made out to be. Ongoing costs. It also doesn't like handle like an absolute beast. Ongoing costs of this car would probably not be great. The repairs on cars like these are usually exorbitantly high, and the fuel usage is probably going to be not great either. So we'll go like a 1 on that. J-beam editing. What did they say? It was with the sounds, working steering wheel, interior camera, digi-dash. I suppose I didn't actually drive it from first person, so I didn't get to see any of that. Okay, so they've gone the very basic sort of things. The steering wheel is not up to code. This would not be allowed to have a steering wheel like this because it needs to be a full airbag sort of thing. And no, you cannot get an airbag fitting in this small, I believe. It needs to be much bigger than that. So you'd need a pouch in the middle there. What you could do is you can add things to steering wheels, and then when you go do my tutorial on how to make steering wheels, you would have it go with it. As you can see here, yeah, they've got this moving with it, which means that they already do know how to do extra geometry moving around. Ugh. Most carbon looks glossy, so I would have thought it would be nice to touch because of its glossiness. It's just... when I went into a car that had it, it felt cold and like a really hard plastic. It's probably a good way of putting it. Carbon fiber feels great, it's very durable and have proper finish applied to it, if you say so. I thought most carbon fibers were pretty smooth nowadays. I'm not talking about its smoothness, but that, I think, actually takes away from its, like, premium feeling. I don't know, actually. You know what? It did feel premium. It just didn't feel good to touch. Like, there are nicer materials, like leathers, some cloths, alcantaras, things like that. Those feel nice to touch. Even metal feels nicer to touch, because, like, the cool metal, and it actually feels heavy and substantial when you touch something that's metal in a car. Anyway. We'll give them like a 5 on that one. Would I buy this car? Hell no, it's way out of my price range. Je ne sais quoi factor? We'll give it like a 6 on that one. It has a decent styling score, but like I feel it's left out a little bit. And realism and commonality. The final score is 77. Possible. Not a great score. But then again, you've created a 2-door, hyper-expensive car. You're probably not going to be doing particularly well. Anyway. Next car is... the Meg GT1 Sport. This is usually the map that I drive this car on, and it always feels like, sorry, this body on, it always kicks really brutally in gear shifts in the middle of a corner. Like right here. Wants to shift? Shift. Shift gears. Okay, you know what? That wasn't so bad. But I think we've also got ESC on. Also, why did it take so long to shift gears? Let's keep ESC off now. Oh god. Not the greatest engine sound, by the way. I can't remember what the engine in this is. Very oversteery. Wallowy suspension, kind of like a GT car. Yeah, this car feels a lot faster without ESC on. But a lot more finesse is required. Box of 6? Ah, okay. That might help a little bit with a lower center of gravity. Also, I know that these taillights look good on this body. Every single time I look at them, I just think Dodge Charger. Is that what it is, or is it Challenger? I can't remember. I think it's Charger. Is the box of 6 cylinders sound from automation? It sounds kind of like it, yeah. I don't know. There's a bit of a weird glitch about like 6,000 RPM where it like doubles up on the audio sound for some weird reason. Damn it. This car is from Turkey? Okay. Oh, that's not a thing again. Completely missed the fact that that was not a thing, so talking just then. Who makes this car? What is it? It's this one. Here we go. Good picture, by the way. I think that's what got you a lot of your votes right there. Interior cam refuses to work in beamng. Apologies. So apparently, actually, the camera thing does work, but it has to be the last fixture you fit. I didn't know that. It's never worked for me previously, but I will be trying that out at some point. 550 horsepower? Oh, wow. Okay. Top speed, 360 kilometers an hour? Oh, dear. 20 liters to the 100? Oh, that's atrocious. But it only costs 174 euros. That's really cheap. Potential issue, it has some oversteer for my preference while driving with a steering wheel. It suggests you turn ESC on the track. Test driving show ESC only hinders some corners. Okay. I think that the oversteer is fine for a car that has that much power. You know what? Your brake tuning is actually rather nice for a GT car. A little bit of hint of helping the car turn, but not oversteering. It feels like you've actually nailed the brake tuning very good for some road car that's a little bit sporty. What's this? Not what? What? What are we talking about? For me, it works sometimes without any rule, usually don't. What? Only sometimes do I feel that ESC is really necessary. This car feels fine without ESC. Oh, top speed cornering, not great. Feels as if you've got too much rear bias on aero. I wish you had gone with a better engine, though. Sorry, not a better engine, sorry. A different engine. I don't mind flat engines, but they are so incredibly rare that only like 2 companies make them. Because they're just not very robust. Pyromanus? Pyroman US? Welcome back. Talking about interior camera fixture. Oh, okay, you're talking about the camera. Yeah, try making it the last fixture you fit. I might do a small video on that if that's a thing that actually works. I feel the suspension is maybe just a little too soft. If, like, you brake and the thing scrapes, which it does sometimes. Nah, you know what? It is maybe okay. It does dip a little too much, in my opinion. Just a smidge. It feels like a 90s car, to be honest. Not a 2000s car. I mean, 90s to early 2000s, but not anything past, like, 2008. Whoops. Being flat layout of the engine does not has anything to do with robustness. It does, but also being able to work on it is a major issue. Absolutely major. I don't know whether this one actually fills out the chassis that's in here. But yeah, working on this thing becomes a huge issue. For some companies, that's good because you'd always take it back to the dealership. But if you're... I mean, this kind of looks German. If you're a German manufacturer, you don't want that. The big reason why you don't want that is because your car is less reliable and you're going to need to work on it more often under warranty. So, yeah, you generally just don't want it. And being a flat engine as well, I know Subaru does a bad job of it, to be honest. But boxer engines, not as bulletproof as other engines, to be honest. There's a lot of, like, extra oil journal work you have to do and everything as well. I think I might have an ear infection. My ears are itching like crazy right now. You love my bow tie? Thank you. I am quite proud of my bow ties. Where Vixen, welcome back, bro. I haven't seen you in a bit. Subaru's EJ engines are great to work on. I mean, if you want to be contrary and say that Ferraris are the most reliable cars in the world, that's absolutely fine by you. You're allowed to say whatever you want. You know what? This car is just satisfying to drive, to be honest. It's not great. It's not a race car. Doesn't have endless amounts of traction, apparently. It just feels just satisfying. I feel that this one would be good to take around, like, a mountain road. You know what? We have a mountain road. I know this starts on ice, so we're gonna put ESC on. And we're gonna take it for a bit of a drive around. I feel it'd probably be better going uphill than downhill, being a heavier vehicle like it is. Oh, ESC! Working its magic. I mean, we understeered, but... I didn't spin around. Well done, ESC. Sometimes ESC is just really good with working with a car. Most of the time, not so much. Oh dear. That's just a limitation of grip with the ESC, unfortunately. Wow, it is doing such a good job here of hugging all of this, like, iciness. Look at that. It even, not aquaplaned. What's it when you do it on ice? Just skidding, I suppose? Skidding on ice? Even then, like, it was able to do a good job of, like, recovering it the moment it got traction again. Yeah, it's a little bit heavy for downhill. There's a reason why there's usually not downhill races anywhere around the world, apart from, like, Japan and maybe a few other places. Aside from soapboxes, that is. It's just dangerous. How do you find it satisfying to drive makes up for the lack of other things to me? The design is a little bit basic, I will be honest. But it's not ugly. It's just a bit... lax. Except for that rear, I forgot. It's got that weird trim line in the middle. Now, no rear seat, so it's probably not going to be a great scorer of points. It's hard to tell what the price is going to be. It's only got a 6-cylinder, so your marketing ability is immediately massively hampered. So I'm guessing that the price of this car can't really be above probably 60 or 70,000. Like, the higher you go above that, the less I'm going to agree with the realism of the car. And it puts it into, like, whole new expectations of price brackets. But I do expect this to be a very gadgety car. Yeah, driving uphill, this thing is actually rather nice. ESC, the weight of the car, all that sort of stuff, the traction. It just feels in tune for a sports car. Just a little bit too wallowy. But on going uphill, a lot of the wallowiness of the like braking and whatnot dealt with. Just don't ever let me drive your car, apparently, because I'm just hitting everything while saying this car handles so well. Yeah, okay. You know, I don't think I've ever looked at this building. Let's take a quick look at it, and then we'll give this thing a fill score. Is that like a small church? It feels way too small. Yeah. Feels as if they scaled it down like to 50%, maybe less even. Do we have an inside? No, we don't. All right, interesting. Let's just go ahead and give this thing a fill score. Let's put it down here. Suspension. Bruh. Wait, hold on. Oh, I broke the lip off. Okay. Hey, Border. Welcome. Some churches are really like that. I know. The thing that really kind of is doing it against for me is the fact that it's got these, they're not palisades. They're like a structural integrity sort of thing that you probably didn't need for such a small building. Then, this door feels way too small as well. You probably could have gotten away with just a single hinge door. The other thing that I'm also going to call BS on this is the fact that this is in New Zealand. This feels very much like a British building design. Like, a lot of things are just different here. Maybe somebody wanted to make a building that looked like Old England. But, ye olde England, sorry. This is like a, what, a 14th century design? Buttresses? Okay then. But the buttresses are in Gothic style? Yeah. This is traditionally Nordic chapel. Oh, okay then. Nordic chapels are all over the world for sailors. I doubt that this would be here. I feel as if we're very inland. In my country, most of small churches is even smaller. Yeah, no, they can be smaller. But this feels like a scaled down building, is what I'm saying. Because the doors don't feel right, and the buttresses don't feel right either. We'll ignore the fact that the texture pattern is not right in any way. But yeah. It's just way too big, the texture pattern. Let's clear this out. Styling. We'll give you a 7. It's almost good. It's just like, yeah. It's okay. Acceleration of this car feels fairly good. We'll go an 8 on that one. Handling. 7 on that one. Fun factor. 8. Cool factor. I mean, maybe in America, but America only. Nowhere else looks at a Boxer or a flat 6 and goes, wow! Like, even in Porsches, people like it because of the heritage of it, not because a flat 6 is any good. Though they are good engines. They don't have a good name, really. Cool fact, which is why a lot of car companies just don't build with it as well. Cool factor. 7. I suppose it's a GT sort of car. What's the price of this? £174,000 euros. Ugh. Yeah, I think that's why I get its cool factor, because it's kind of rare. This looks like a Georgian church, if you say so. It should have probably have been V10 for this car specifically. No, this can be a V6. Oh, sorry, a V8, sorry. In fact, I think the AMG came with a V8 at some point. Porsche's flat sixes not having good name, dude. Yeah, they're known for being, at least in some of them, less reliable. Not breaking down all the time, no. What I mean is the time that it comes to repair, which would happen, you needed to spend a lot of money. A lot of money. Do you want me to reiterate? A lot. A lot of money. If you're wanting to talk about bulletproof engines, things like older American V8s, like the LS engines, are fairly bulletproof. Without changing any of the internals, you can add a buttload more power without them breaking still. I'm doing like a global comparison. In the rating of reliability and costs to repair and all that sort of stuff, Germans actually rate pretty low for most people that are not German. And American, maybe. 4.7 liter V8? I don't know. I think they're usually like over 6 liters for the AMG V8s, right? Maybe a V8 could be available for a top trim of it? Yeah, but then this thing probably shouldn't cost $174,000. I need to sleep now, so goodbye. Okay, see you later, Z Ultimate. Similar to the Mercedes AMG kind of thing? Yeah, this is a very Mercedes AMG sort of body. So that's why I keep comparing it to that. Trackability. It's not really there. It's just a little bit understeery, a little bit fat. Features! $174,000, you're going to want pretty much everything. It'll have everything except like Ford GT's rapid suspension height change. I mean, it looks like we got a fair chunk of stuff. What year is this meant to be? 2012 to 2013. Your steering wheel is way offline as well. Oh, that's right. Yeah, we talked about this, didn't we? It's not the latest dual clutch transmission as well, which I would put under a feature category. Probably like a 9. Probably pretty close, but not everything. Comfort. Like, if you had a DCT, it would probably take it from something like a fun factor and add it to features. Like, it's just a trade-off. For me, it looks weird Viper from Japan. A little bit. Did they say what country? Wait, mainly manufactures military vehicles on the contract, but occasionally designs cars for the public market every few years. Okay. It's very, very overly wallowy. Seats look very comfortable though. Everything in here looks quite nice. So let's go with... Oh, where do we put this? Like, the wallowiness is like taking away from its comfort. 7? Like, it's not really that great. Quality. We'll go with 7 on that one. It's a lot of money. But the ongoing costs would be horrible. You know what? We'll go 6 on that one. Oh, but then again, most of my complaint there is that the engine is hard to work on. We'll leave it at a 6. It's probably German. Gauge cluster is a little bit out of place. It is. I'm willing to say okay on that, though. Because there's not actually a whole lot of choices for digital dashes in automation at the moment. And You could just say it's a retro thing. I don't know. I mean, it's a manual. Just say you're going retro. Practicality. 2. Because it's not really a great boot space. If you get your golf clubs in there, that'd be about it. And it's also for very much on-road. What sort of tires do we have? Yeah, we got a sports tire, so not very good for off-road. That'll hurt a little bit. I think 2 is a fair score. Value. 4. Because this resale is probably going to plummet really badly. Actually, yeah, I think we'll go 3 on that one. Ongoing costs. It's probably okay on fuel. Wait, does it have direct injection? That's a big factor of like, I don't know why I thought it was mid-engine there for a second. No, it's multi-point. Weird. Okay. For 550 horsepower, ongoing costs are probably not going to be great. This thing is probably going to suck down fuel. We'll go a 3 on that one. J-beam editing. What were the things that they said that it had? Nothing? Nothing there. No steering wheel, so it probably has no J-beaming. Would I buy this car? You know what, I would consider it. I do like the look of it. Let's go a 6 on that one. Je ne sais quoi factor. For the fact that you said that's your first attempt at an interior, that's actually pretty good. You've done a fairly good job of leading lines, matching things up, and making them look fairly good around here. Oh wait, that's all one fixture, isn't it? At least it looks okay. Coming around to the rear, I do like it, but that tail light every single time, just dodge charge it, bro. Maybe add a little bit of extra shaping in some sort of way. It also looks very Aston Martin-y on the rear. With that sort of tail light setup, I think. Just a smidge. Do you ever think about the fact that cross-plane 4-cylinder engines have great potential for cars, but no one wants to spend the money on R&D to try it out? I think what the issue is there's a resonance issue, which means you need to make a more robust bottom end. I think is like the big one there. When Phil starts to yawn, he suddenly sounds like a completely different person. Really? Oh, okay. Je ne sais quoi. Let's give like a 7 on that one, and then like a 4 on that one. Because the engine, one, is the wrong sort of engine to have, really. For that amount of money, you'll want something special. You don't want to say, like, how many cylinders does your car have? I don't know why that specific question would come up. But being like, oh yeah, it's a flat 6. Like, the only time that anybody ever gets away with it, really, is in modified modification circles, where somebody has done a flat 6 to an engine, like a Subaru, or a Porsche. But when you're talking about your Porsche, you never talk about the engine. You always talk about the fact that it's a Porsche, it handles well, and sometimes how much power it has. You never say, oh, the flat 6 in this thing. Oh yeah, it's great. The reason why 6 cylinders don't have much of a oomph around them is the fact that, aside from the rare 5 cylinders, which are very rare, it's really only a step up from a 4 cylinder. And a lot of the time, the inline 6s or V6s or stuff like that were usually the economy versions of V8 cars. Usually in America and in Australia and maybe other places, I'm not entirely sure. But yeah, like here for us, we hear 6-cylinder, we usually think, oh, it's not the top level trim. And you're asking a lot of money for this car. But yeah, I think 91 is actually a really good score, though. Not bad in any way. I think really the things that you could have done better is your front feels a little bit bland. Though okay. I feel as if there is missing potential in here, maybe. I don't know. It just feels a little bit vacant there. The rear, what you have done is gone, I want more detail, so you added more detail. You didn't really think it through entirely. And this stuff here does not look great. Aside from that, I do like it. Let's look at the next car. Hey, the Mercia or whatever. This car. The better looking Mercedes, but still rather questionable. It doesn't drive. What's happening? Do we have... No, we don't have a default thing again. Electronical assist, electric motor, stock internal, blah, 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 blah. Front suspension, rear suspension. Let's turn this off entirely. Maybe that's doing it. Okay. Car is glitched. I won't give it a score because that feels unfair. Resubmit it when it's working, please. American... Oh, wait, hold on. Maybe there's actually a... maybe they have a thing on that. I'm asking if I should make a mod for this. Please comment if it's too ugly. What? Electric car. The electric motor and battery pack, so I made an electric motor without using... Wait, hold on. Is it the battery? Oh, it has no battery. Okay. Electric motor. Battery pack. There you go. I talked about how to make things default in an earlier part of the stream. I think it was when I was looking at the drag car. You may have to do that to get this battery to be in by default. Okay. Well, now you know that. Why is the glass dome window not visible through it? Odd. Is that actually a thing with the actual Mercedes? Now let's go in and put ESC back on. There we go, electronic assists, and just, we'll try this car out as it's meant to be intended. Nice and quiet, very slussy suspension under braking. Look at that lunge. It's not the worst car. It is also a comfort car. A little bit wallowy side to side, but not the worst thing in the world. Oh, it really takes off though. Okay. You should probably do a frequently asked questions for all your tutorials with links. I have a playlist of tutorials, I believe. Oh, ESC is killing me, bro. Let's go to sports for now. Try that one out. Oh, actually, you know what? That immediately feels a whole lot better. Come on. There we go. Okay. Yeah, alright. With Sports ESC, this thing feels a lot better. And it also feels as if the ESC is still tugging this thing back into line. Oh. Not bad. Oh, okay. Almost hit the outside of the banked corner there. Kind of want more loud music. Music is like a little too docile for me. Do you know that Phil man make German... What? I mean, I have made German food. Max is out at 245 kilometers an hour. Feels about right. Let's try it now without ESC on at all. That's right, no clutch, I forgot. Oh, brutal. Is this thing... It is all-wheel drive, isn't it? I feel as if the front motor's maybe a little too powerful. Because whenever you put power down, it pulls forwards. I saw that happening and leant into it. It weighs 1,650 kilos? Oh, okay, so it's about like 500 kilos too light? Okay. I know this is shorter than the Mercedes, but I I don't think the length is like the main weight issue with that car. What did you call that car? The Mercedes what? EQXX curb weight. God damn it. I hate the fact that enter isn't working anymore. Okay. What is that in real numbers? Wow, actually, you know what? It's not that heavy. Only 1,700 kilos. Huh. It probably doesn't have a very long range then. Because German cars are known for being very heavy. Add on like an exceedingly heavy battery pack. There's got to be shenanigans going on there. Maybe the thing is made entirely of carbon fiber. Who knows? Yes, I do like German food. Metwurst being one of my favorite things of all time, but I'm not allowed to have too much of it because the doctor said that I might die. Alright, no ESC going through slingshot. What? A little bit of oversteer. Had to recorrect, had to lift. Let's see now Bavarian Bend. Ah! Once this thing gets tank slappering, it just goes. And then it wants to straighten up whenever you accelerate. Very much a straight line sort of car, this. You know what? Let's rewind and see how this thing does around slower corners. Nah. It feels as if this thing has a power band that is not accurate. Brakes are no good. I know we were going quite fast, but I feel as if I should have been able to brake quicker than that. What do we got for brakes? It was 3 piston on the rear and 6 piston on the front. Yeah, way too much front bias, I believe, and the ABS is struggling with that. Hopefully this thing also has like a near 50-50 weight distribution as well. You know what? Brakes are actually not terrible. But then again, it's really hard to judge turn-in sometimes. Well, at least it doesn't understeer under braking. I don't know. Your brakes just don't feel very good. Would have loved also a louder electric motor sound, to be honest. I know that being quiet is a thing that Mercedes likes, but I like this the whir of an electric motor. Let's have a look at your power graphs. It's going to get really confused if you've got 4 different power graphs, though. Great! Doesn't work. Let's try the other one. Does that work? I mean, it goes up the rev range, but it doesn't have any numbers there, unfortunately. Alright. That's that. Do they want a full fill score or a simplified? Okay, it doesn't say anything about that. Electric motor and battery pack also made electric motor without using another engine. Oh, okay. Interesting. Did I full screened it. Weird. 750 horsepower. That's quite a bit of power. Styling. It's not as ugly as the Mercedes, but it's also not a great looker, but it has some good points. So let's go like a 5 on that one. It's a bit iffy. Acceleration feels good, but also muted somehow. Like that pull off the line, quite slow. Doesn't feel like Tesla plaid sort of thing either. Let's bring back performance timers. .3 seconds, you know what? That is supercar. It just doesn't feel like an beamng because there's no sound. So, let's go 9 on that. Handling. Eh. Fun factor. Eh. Oh. Cool factor. Eh. Trackability. Eh. Features. Okay, what is the price of this car? Estimated cost, $161,000. That's cheaper than what I would have expected. Your seats are so weird. I don't know why you've done that. Can't tell. I'm gonna guess it's got pretty much everything except a few little tidbits here and there. Comfort. You know what? It might even have nose height adjustment. The Mercedes EQXX has a range of 1,200 kilometers. Interesting. Okay. Huh. Maybe the thing is made out of like the most expensive things. Is there a price? Okay. What I'm guessing has happened is they have made it out of the absolute pinnacle of technology of materials. That's why they were able to get it so light. EU applies emissions fees based on the mass of the vehicle, and that's why most cars for EU markets are so goddamn heavy nowadays. If it's based upon the mass, then wouldn't they make it lighter? I'm so confused. Why at that point in history were almost 2 tons... What? EV motor added? What are you talking about? Comfort. Suspension a little bit wallowy. Those seats are very uncomfortable looking. Let's go 6 on that one. You know what? Soft suspension, but like really wallowy. To the point where it becomes uncomfortable. You're back after eating somebody's child? Good to hear. Quality of the car. If that is a concept car... Is there a Wikipedia for this? I mean, it'd have to be done really quickly because this car was only done a little while ago. Nope, that's the EQ and EQS. There is not yet a Wikipedia for it. So it's probably not a road car, which means that if it's a one-off sort of thing, not great quality. These things are usually quite fickle. Fickle? Is that the word? No. Finicky? Fragile is probably the best word I can think of. I think I said that earlier, but I was just going around and going, you know what, actually, maybe that is the right word. So we'll go like a 6 on that one. It's probably made out of high-quality materials. Practicality. It only seats 4, doesn't have a particularly great boot, but long range. So let's go 6 on that one. Quite practical. Value, it's probably also got like sat-navs and all those sort of things to make it a little bit more practical. And phone integration. Value is... probably not great. If it's a concept car, you can't really buy it, can you? Anyway, value, ongoing costs. If you ding a panel on this car, it's probably going to cost you $50,000 to repair. It's probably that advanced in its materials, which is also part of the reason why the all of the road tests that have been done by drivers are like, oh, no, we can't have you drive this thing. Nope. If you dent it, it's like, we're going bankrupt sort of thing. Ongoing costs. We're going to leave that as a 0, because that's probably really bad. J-beam editing. I don't believe there was any, right? Oh, apart from the EV, sorry. And you said you did that completely custom by hand. You missed the engine, but everything else... Let's go off 5 on that one. That is actually fairly tricky if you don't know how to get it completely right. Which you didn't get it completely right as well. There were a few mistakes, like the battery and the fact that you haven't got the electric setup right. So that's why the torque graph doesn't work. There are actually things that you need to change more to get that completely right. Would I buy this? Probably not. It's pretty sinfully ugly. Je ne sais quoi. We'll go a 4 on that one. Nah, yeah, a 4. Like, you've done a better job than what Mercedes could do. Realism and commonality. There's one of them. But realism is okay. We'll go a 5, I suppose. A score of 75. Not bad. Phil, have you heard about the electric Challenger with fake engine noises? No, I have not. But it's reminding me of an old Paul Blart movie where he was working on making noises for a Mustang. The heavier car, the more emissions you can generate before fees are applied. Oh, okay. That's shit. They should just put a tax on like having heavier vehicles because it requires more repairs to roads because it wears them out quicker. I have to go now, sadly. I soon start work on next week's car. Cool. All right. See you later, De Hella Man. Thank you for being here, bro. What is that French thing in the modifiers? Je ne sais quoi? Je ne sais quoi just has a certain je ne sais quoi about it. Oh my god, the amount of tabs you got open. Yeah, we were doing fiddling. I usually have lots of tabs anyway. And close that one. Close this one. Don't need that. Don't need that, or that. I usually have lots of tabs open. I have 32 gigabytes of RAM, so it's not really an issue for me. Coming up next is... the rat rod. Probably take that to the drag strip, right? Even if this thing is just the bane of my existence. Nope, that's the wrong one. West Coast. Drag strip. Welcome, Peter Zoldos. How's it going? This is why every car is an SUV in Europe. I think it's also like you feel more powerful and safe, even if you're less safe. Bit intimidating, sure, compared to other cars. Me, how many tabs you got open? Philman, yes. All. Mercia Hot Rod. Was that actually Mercia? Is that what that said? Rat Rod, sorry. I pressed the wrong button. Mercia. I know that what you're probably trying to do there is Murica, but what you've written is Mercia, which is an old English area in England. Like, That's very little tabs comparatively. Yeah, I usually will have somewhere around like 20 to 30 tabs open, especially if I'm doing something. NOS! Woo! At least they've done some modifications. A little bit of a purge there from the front. You know, good off the line. Not a great full track time. Once the brakes lock up, they do not want to unlock up. There we go. NOS kicks in. Yeah, once that NOS kicks in, wow, it actually has a buttload more power. Do we have ESC on? No, I don't think so. I hate the fact that this thing has independent rear suspension. Just hate it. Absolutely hate it. Alright, we're going to do a little bit more driving around. And then we're going to take it around the, Oh god, this thing is so dangerous to drive. Like, it's just so jank. Ah! It spins way too easily. All you needed is more traction on the rear compared to the front. God damn it. NOS kicked in, yo. A little bit. Get the whole, like, trippy sort of thing. Now, if you wanted to change the, Oh, you know what? Actually, hold on. I think you can do it now from, in here. Chromeness. Roughness. Let's turn roughness up. Chromeness down? You know what? Is that changing something else? No, it's not. Okay. Click O. Chromeness off. Roughness up. Click O, roughness. Nah. Okay, it's not changing it. So, oopsie daisies. The way you would change this thing is, this is the rat rod, right? We'll have a quick look at that. The Mercia hot rod. They call it a hot rod, though. Oh, because this was downloaded from beamng. Main materials.json. If it's the main body of the car, it will often be this one. Normal map, diffuse map. Yeah, I believe this is the correct one. Then you would go to roughness factor. This factor goes from 0 to 1 with any decimal point you want in between, basically. Within reason, I think. Just put that to a 1 and this thing will come out completely flat. You probably wouldn't do that though. You'd probably go like a 0.8 or a 0.9. And then that'll get you the roughness that you so desire. I like to drink nos. Nos, nos? God. Oh God. No, I don't want to go in here. No! Alright, well let's exit the other pit lane then. Oh dear. You like to drink headlight fluid? Yeah, pretty much. That's what you do with headlight fluid, right? When you buy it in a bulk 6-pack. Turn around, bright eyes. Every now and then I get it round. You know what? It's more than every now and again because this thing spins way too freaking easily. Let's go with the Moonhawk for this one, I reckon. No, not Moonhawk. Wait, what's the other one? The Brockwell? I can't remember. Let's have a look. No. Yeah, the Blue Buck. Custom. Wait, is that the drag car? No, that's the drag car. Is it? It is too. Okay. I don't remember it having such a garish paint job. VB long neck? Oh dear. Ugh. Brockwell is the man? Okay. On the line. Oh, so close. Oh no. It's Cutus. Apparently it's not actually cued me. Damn it. This is actually... There we go. Okay. No! He's faster than me. NOS is operating. Yes, good. Ah, poopy cocks. 10-second car. Good. Apparently I failed. That's fine. Alrighty. Because this is a custom car, I don't think I'm going to go to full fill score. I think I'm just going to give this one a simplified fill score. Do we have... Not even an interior camera. Do we have any sort of J-beaming? Not by the looks of it. Interesting car. 5 out of 10? It looks good. That's the only reason it's not getting a 2 out of 10 or a 1 out of 10. So much is inaccurate here. Wrong things on the engine, like the cylinder head's completely wrong. Carburetors, they're wrong. They're not as wrong as other things are, but they're wrong. Should just be a 4-barrel. And the brakes are wrong, and the suspension is wrong on the rear. Just it needs to be a solid axle. Welcome, hi Simon, saying hi Phil. So I read that as hi Simon, hi Phil. I like the eat smog balls. I like to eat smog balls. Don't know what that means. Anyway, cool car, one-trick pony sort of thing. Very dangerous at handling, but still rather cool and fun. I just wish you had made it better. Next is this car. You know what? We'll take it around this track. Do they have a suggested map for this? Is this the one? Yeah, it's this one. Oh, God. This one looks so bad in comparison, unfortunately. Alrighty. The SVA, the 2016. This is Italian limited edition sports car by manufacturer. There's tribute to the supercar. Fitted with a Ferrari-derived naturally aspirated V8 with tubular manifold, a fully clad under tray and semi-slick tires, JDM custom drive modes, drive camera, fog lights, and brake lights. Interesting. Custom drive modes are always fun. I always do this for every car I post on here, just for consistency. The car weighs 1,600 kilos in beamng, price according to automation, $11,500. $115,000 was what I meant to say. That is a lot of money. But I suppose it would need to be to have things like that sort of intake manifold. Take Italy, USA? You know what? Actually, yeah, you're right. This is an Italian car, and the closest thing we have to that is Italy, USA. Italy? Nope. Oh, actually, you know what? Yeah, this feels like a very Italian place to take this. So it's Giulia Quadrifoglio? Oh, it has a Ferrari-derived V8, does it? I didn't know that. Why do we name it Italy, USA? It's because every map that the beamng devs make, because they simp for America, is actually in America. You know the one that looks like Russia? America. The ones that look like places other than America? America. The Japan track? America. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if they came out and said that the handling test circuit for the German ETK thing, I spawned the wrong vehicle. If that was also American. Italy, USA is just Hawaii, if you say so. A little bit lungy under braking. You know what? A lot lungy under braking. That just scraped its front end. Let's try that again. Pretty sure that scraped. It's a bit hard to tell. Maybe it was just in that one, like, bit of road. But that was not a particularly complicated bit of road, and it still scraped. It feels a little bit gutless in its higher end, which is disappointing. You know what? Quickly reset that. There is a mountain pass here, right? Oh, no, it's dirt. I don't think this car is meant for dirt roads. I feel this would be more like Puerto Rico. I mean, there is that South American map. Probably also in America, because it's not labeled. I give it a simplified fail score. It says Italian, but it also looks very German. This, yeah, a lot of cars is deciding to look very German. To be honest, modern Italian cars aren't looking distinctly Italian nowadays. Yeah, it seems that the country to copy right now is German, and it has been for a good, like, 15 years, maybe? I think it's just because they look very sensible, and then they also, like, started releasing high-powered. I think I bent the rear wheel. Very high-powered engines in them as well. So they also come across as very muscly sort of cars as well. Even if, like, you go, oh, wow, that car looks like it could be very sporty. You get in, it's got a 4-cylinder. You're like, oh, okay. So the Italians sure copy the very nice and sensible sort of designs that you get from a lot of German cars. What was the ESC just doing then? It was locking up a wheel, I think? Weird. That's a confusing one. The Japanese have been copying them for a while now. Australians, when we made cars, we started to copy them eventually. Americans are also getting more inspired by German cars, and they don't have that like really weird, ugly, sloped back sort of design that they used to have. Oh god, that stuff is hideous. Where the frick is a mountain road? This thing does not tune in super duper sharply sometimes. Drive mode road. At least it feels very stable. I will give them that. Can I have a mountain turn off, please? I want to take a mountain road, please. Don't do this to me. And not one that's steered. Please, where? Okay, hold on. Is there a... Damn it. Intersection coming up? You can pull over and look at a map, but you don't need to look at maps anymore because you got Google Maps in your car. Right along with you. God. To think that I spent a really long time learning how to get really good at reading maps and creating directions, so then all I'd have to do is just like learn it first, and then wait, what's that car under the cover there? Oh no, I thought you could actually see a car under there. Let me guess. Yep, there's actually no car under there. It does look very American though, which wouldn't be surprised if it was an American car since this is Italy, USA. How do we... I want to go north. North? No, uphill, sorry. Screw you, I'm going this way anyway. Nope, apparently this is not the way to get out of here. How do I go uphill? Help me out, bro. FBX? FBX is a file format of 3D modeling. That's all I know. It's what automation mod making uses. Yeah. That was almost an issue. Oh, come on. There we go again. Sometimes the ESC just becomes too aggressive. Now set to track. Oh, okay, let's do track on road. That'll probably be an issue. A little bit kick-outy. Oh, that's very kick-outy. Okay. That is very... Well, at least we landed on our wheels. Nailed it! Yeah, that's what car shop was named. You looked at... Okay. Yeah, I thought that might have been what you were referring to. I just couldn't remember exactly if that's what it was called. Ah! Damn it. This thing feels... okay, but very breathless in its top speed for some reason. Oh, god damn it. Ah! Don't want to go down there. I feel as if the ESC is not 100% tuned. So let's, two-step? My drive? ESC off. Let's try a little bit of ESC off, and then we'll try my drive, because that sounds interesting. Oh. Oversteery, but also feels very raw. Immediately feels very raw. Oh, yes. Oops. Oops, daisies. I always have liked this USA map. It just looks very nice. I think it's probably, what, the most detailed map? It just looks very good, which is why it has such bad performance, which makes sense. And I think it's part of the reason also why they haven't done, what do you call it, the PBR update to it. Because I get the feeling that PBRs may not be as efficient when you got this much material on screen. Oh dear. Alright, let's try my drive now that we're leaving the city. 2 steps, 3,000 RPM, huh? It feels like the RPM drop could have been a little bit higher RPM. Damn it. Please keep it English only in the chat. If USA didn't focus on cars in their city planning. Yeah, a little bit. I mean, even Australia is very car-centric as well. The only shops that are near me are smaller shops, and because they're smaller, god damn it, they charge a lot more for their things, which really sucks. So, when I walk to a shop, it's about 20 minutes away-ish. A little bit longer with Pippa. You know what? My drive actually feels like a nice balance between ESC and having actual control over the car. Sometimes, though, it just causes a little bit of understeer, which is understandable. The car doesn't know what I want it to do. The only way it'd be able to know how to do that is if they take cars to the next level and actually read the track and the surface in front of you, or the road in front of you, and deliberately tune the car like on each and every individual corner to take that corner perfectly. That would be cool. The moment that happens, I want to test drive that car. I know that Mercedes did a little bit, but not like full suspension work on that. And Mercedes aren't really known for making fast cars on track. They've made a few, and they've done really well in F1 in the past. Mercedes isn't in F1 anymore, is it? I can't remember. I don't really follow modern F1, to be honest. It just kind of bores me. Ugh. You're back from whatever you had to do? Okay, welcome back. What? Mercedes is still in F1? Oh, okay then. I've not heard any talk about them. Are they not doing well? Or do they just moved to being an engine manufacturer? Maybe, I don't know. Oh dear. Turn, you fat turd. There we go. I mean, I like the car. But for, like, taking an F1... Oh, sorry, not an F1. A Ferrari engine, it doesn't feel Ferrari enough. It almost feels like you're squandering a great gift with this car. It feels nice, but you could have done just as well with a good, reliable, large capacity, low RPM V8. I also like the sounds. You've done a good job with engine sounds here. It feels European V8. They were dominating F1 7 years in a row recently. Yeah, but now it's all about Ferrari and their big failure still, and Red Bull, and everyone talking about Alpine, which I don't really know anything about. The developer, that guy who built this car, don't know how to create Italian cars. What do you mean, it should just fall to bits? Give me a second. English only in the chat. Oh dear. Oh dear. Nice car. Would I be happy to own this car? Hell yes. Would I be happy to have this engine? Maybe not. It feels like, you know what it feels like? It almost feels like it doesn't have enough torque. Is that what it is? It might be torque that I feel that it's like just missing maybe like 10% torque, maybe 20% torque, I'm not sure. Like where it just becomes on the edge of controllable is where a lot of sports and top-end cars like to sit. Cooper's completely just like gnarled up on herself and sleeping. Custom drive modes, drive camera, fog lights, brake lights. Cool. Okay. $115,000 though. My goodness. 2012, that is not a cheap car. Styling. It looks very good. And I'm going to try to keep it in category for being a coupe. 9? It's over the hump. Acceleration. Felt fairly good. We'll give that a 8. Handling. 7. Fun factor. Without the ESC on around a track, this thing is fun. Cool factor. It's an Italian, not Ferrari or Lamborghini sort of thing. So it's... maybe in Europe, cars like Alfa Romeo used to be very popular and famously well known. Here in Australia, until Top Gear started banging on about them all the time, Alfa Romeo was never really thought about. Nobody ever thought about Alfa Romeos. Like, Top Gear brought Alfa Romeo to the world. Front looks like a Jaguar. Actually, you know what? There is a bit of Jaguar in there. I agree. And because of that, we'll just go like a 6 on that. I mean, it's got a Ferrari engine. We'll go 7 on that. Trackability. I mean, the kid is not going to look at that and go, wow, whoa, look at that cool car. They're just going to see like a sports car. And then they're going to see a low-slung sports car and think that one's cooler than this one. Same with a lot of women. Like, they'll like the car, but somebody drives past in a Lamborghini or Ferrari, they're going to be like, that person's cooler. Now, I know that's being a little bit misogynistic, I get it, but that's kind of like, I'm playing into stereotypes. And to give a cool factor, you do have to lean into stereotypes. Trackability. I am sorry, though, but when the world is completely moved on, then I think it would be fine to do that. I've had Mercedes, something or other, and my poster car as a kid. Okay, cool. Good for you. You're one of the less things. Like, the poster I had on my wall as a kid, which I was only never really allowed posters, and I kind of talked my way into it, was for the, I think it's GTP? Yeah. For this car, basically. If I put this next to like a Ferrari when I was a kid, I'd be like, wow, I really like the Ford, it's really good, and it's a car that I could potentially own within reach. But the Ferrari is a cooler car, and I want to go in the Ferrari. So that's what I'm getting at. And if you want to be contrary, that's entirely fine. Everyone has their own opinions. But there is a generalized opinion, which is why it's a stereotype. Trackability. I think it's fairly good. We'll give it an 8. Like, it doesn't feel light enough. Yeah, 1,600 kilos. Features. Being Italian, most of the money is probably going into just, like, the badge, to be honest. And, like, how cool the vehicle feels. Looks like it's got a lot of different things in here. Probably not the best. So we'll go like an 8 on that one, maybe. It's not like super duper expensive sort of car. Comfort. It looked squishy enough. Seats look a bit thin. So you're not gonna like sink into it and be like, oh, this is a comfortable chair. In fact, actually now I really want a good comfortable chair like that. So we're gonna go like a 6 on that one. Yeah. Quality. It probably feels high quality, but being Italian, probably not the best. We'll go like a 5 on that one. Engine will probably not last very long. Practicality. What do we got? 4, 5 seats? 4 seats. Except this vehicle is probably not road legal, so it's only a track car only. The reason why I say that is because it doesn't have this head seat rest. Oh, terrible! I'm joking. Practicality. 5 seats. Medium-sized car, a little bit difficult to get in and out of constantly if that's the sort of thing you're doing, especially if you got like a baby seat and kids. That'll be an absolute nightmare in this sort of thing. Decent boot space, not huge, not a hatchback or anything like that, or a wagon. Probably not really meant for off-road when it has semi-slick tires on. Parking will be okay. Let's go a 6 on that. Also not particularly great in rain with those sorts of tires. Value. That's a lot of money for a car which will plummet in aftermarket prices. So, I've got to give it like a 4. You go pick up one of these a couple years later, in any place other than Australia, that is, and you'll get it for like a fraction of the price. Ongoing costs? It's probably not great on fuel. It's probably direct injection, so the fuel economy is a little bit better than what you would expect from other things. But anytime you have to repair it, you're going to be thinking like, oh my god, how much this time? And that'll probably happen like once a year, maybe once every 2 years, sort of thing. So let's go like a 4 on that one. J-beam editing. You did quite a fair chunk here, but you're kind of reusing a lot of stuff. I feel as if you're taking away from the specialness of it. So I think that'll come away from the je ne sais quoi. But for the J-beam editing, we'll go like a 7 on that. I can't remember what I would give these ones usually. It doesn't matter too much. Would I buy this car? Used? Hell yes. For the price that they come down to now,